The night had settled gently over the valley, like a warm shawl draped across tired shoulders. A silver-blue moon hung low in the sky, soft as a sigh, lighting the quiet path that wound toward a small cottage made of pale stone and warm timber. If you walked close enough to smell the lavender growing wild near the windows, you would see a single lantern glowing inside, its light flickering like a heartbeat in the stillness. Inside the cottage, everything felt tender and unhurried. A woven blanket lay folded at the end of a velvet sofa, the kind that invited you to sink into it as though time itself wished to slow down for you. Clay mugs waited on a little round table beside the hearth, still warm from the evening tea that tasted faintly of honey and chamomile, and somewhere deeper inside the cottage, the faint whisper of turning pages drifted like a lullaby. Elara sat in her reading nook beside the window, legs tucked under her, wrapped in a blanket that felt like a gentle embrace. The moonlight poured across her lap in liquid silver, softening the freckles on her skin and catching in the loose waves of her hair. She had always loved nights like this, quiet, tender, dreamy, when the world seemed to hum with a sweet serenity. A breeze slipped through the slightly opened window, brushing against Elara's cheek like the touch of a thoughtful friend. The curtains swayed softly, whispering little secrets in the dark. Beyond them, crickets chirped their slow, rhythmic song, creating a kind of nighttime heartbeat. Elara closed her book, not because she was tired, but because the moment itself was more soothing than any words printed on a page. She hugged her blanket closer, breathing in the scent of lavender drifting through the air. She let her body sink into the cushions, feeling her heartbeat settle into the hush around her. She felt safe here. She felt held here. She felt home. Tonight felt special in a way she couldn't yet name, like the air was waiting for something gentle, something luminous, something quietly extraordinary. A soft knock suddenly touched the cottage door. Not loud, not urgent, just a polite little knock, like moonlight tapping gently on wood. Elara blinked, surprised. Few people visited Willow Cottage at night. Hardly anyone came even during the day. The cottage sat on the far end of the valley, wrapped in forest paths and long-forgotten legends. She reached for her lantern, its warm glow spreading across the room like melted gold. As she moved toward the door, the wooden floorboards sighed under her bare feet, adding to the quiet chorus of nighttime peace. Another soft knock, almost musical. Elara opened the door, and there, standing in the hush of the night, was a stranger wrapped in a cloak of winter-gray wool, illuminated by the moon as though carved from silver mist. But it was not the stranger that made Elara's breath catch. It was the object he held, a small, ornate wooden box that glowed faintly with a warmth that seemed to pulse like a living thing. "Good evening," the stranger said, in a voice smooth and calming, like warm tea on a quiet night. "I believe this belongs to you." The night deepened around them. The lantern glowed brighter, and Elara felt for the first time in a long while that something magical had stepped across her doorstep. The stranger's presence did not disturb the calm of the cottage night. If anything, he seemed to carry the same softness that floated through the valley, the same gentle hush, the same moonlit quiet that made your shoulders loosen without realizing it. Elara held the lantern closer, and its warm glow spilled over the visitor's face. He was younger than she expected. Not quite young, not quite old, somewhere in that ageless space where people carry both kindness and weariness in their eyes. His hair was touched with moonlight, a pale silver brown that curled slightly at the ends. But it was the box, small, wooden, carved with swirling patterns, that drew her attention again and again. The sunlight crept into the cottage with the gentlest of intentions, slipping through the curtains in soft ribbons of gold. Dust motes floated lazily in the beams, drifting like tiny stars suspended in daylight. The cottage warmed slowly, the wooden walls stretching with soft creaks as if waking from their own pleasant dreams. Elara stood by the window, wrapped in her blanket, watching the valley gradually emerge from the last traces of dawn fog. The grass shimmered with dew. The trees looked washed clean by the night. Everything felt new, with that fragile purity morning sometimes brings, when the world seems softer and more forgiving. Behind her, Dalen prepared a small morning meal. He moved with quiet care, as though each action were an offering to the peace of the cottage. The gentle clink of bowls, the soft rip of parchment paper, the low hum of a kettle heating water again. Elara let her head rest against the wooden window frame. The cottage felt different this morning, not changed in any dramatic way, but expanded, warmer, fuller, softer, as though the presence of the box, the letter, and Dalen himself had added layers of quiet comfort. It felt like her world was slowly knitting itself into something tender, something meaningful. "Breakfast?" Dalen called softly, as if raising his voice would disturb the sunlight. Elara padded to the table, the blanket trailing behind her like a cloud. He had set out fresh fruit, warm slices of bread, and soft cheese sprinkled with herbs he'd gathered at dawn. Beside it all sat 2 steaming mugs. "What tea is this?" she asked. "Dawnflower blend," he replied with a soft smile. "It helps calm the heart while waking the mind. You'll need both in the days ahead." Elara felt a flutter inside her chest, not fear, but anticipation. Why? What happens in the days ahead? Dalen didn't answer immediately. Instead, he lifted his mug and took a gentle sip, allowing the silence to stretch into a soft, safe moment. "You'll see," he murmured, "but I promise you, nothing frightening." Elara let that reassurance settle into her bones. The tea's steam brushed her face like warm fingertips. She held the mug close, inhaling the floral aroma until her breath matched its soothing rhythm. When she finally turned her gaze toward the wooden box, her heart tightened in a slow, curious pull. The glow had brightened again. Not brightly, not urgently, but with a quiet certainty. A soft pulse rose through the carved patterns, traveling like a warm ripple across the surface. "It's waking," Dalen said quietly. Elara sat a little straighter. "Does that mean I should open it now?" "Not yet." His voice was steady as warm earth. It wakes in stages. It listens to you, and it listens to your heart. Elara pressed a hand to her chest without thinking. I don't feel any different. Dalen met her eyes with gentle understanding. Change isn't always loud. Sometimes it's a quiet shift in how you breathe. Her breath caught a little at that, because somewhere deep inside, a place she hadn't even noticed before, something had softened since last night. Something in her chest felt less weighted, less lonely, more open. A slow, tender morning. After breakfast, Elara moved around the cottage with a sense of ease she rarely allowed herself. She lit the lanterns even though the morning sun was bright. Their warm glow mingled with the daylight, giving the room a layered coziness. Dalen stepped outside to gather herbs growing near the fence, leaving the door slightly open. A warm breeze drifted in, bringing the scent of sun-warmed pine. Elara wandered toward the box. She didn't touch it, just sat beside it on the sofa, wrapped in her blanket, legs tucked beneath her like a cat curling into a patch of sunlight. Keeper to be, she whispered, repeating the words from the letter. Her fingertips lightly grazed the silk ribbon on the lavender bundle. What does that mean? The box glowed once, a slow, heart-like pulse, and though the room was silent, she felt, deep in her chest, that it was trying to answer, but not with words, with warmth, with presence, with a gentle promise. Elara swallowed, emotion brushing against her heart like soft wings. I'm listening, she whispered, and the box throbbed gently, like a lantern flickering in response. He stepped back inside with a basket filled with mint, sage, and morning blossoms. His boots were damp with dew. His hair glowed gold where sunlight kissed it. You sat with it, he said, noticing her place by the box. It feels like it wants something, Elara answered. Dalen closed the door softly behind him. Yes, it wants you to be ready. For what? He set the basket down and knelt beside her, the cottage quieting around them as though it too listened. For the beginning, he said gently. Boxes like this don't bring answers first. They bring openings. Elara's breath warmed in her throat. Openings to what? To the truth of your heart. He smiled softly. And that, Elara, is the most beautiful truth of all. The cottage seemed to exhale around them, lanterns humming softly, light shimmering across wooden walls, the lavender scent deepening into a calm embrace. Elara felt something settle inside her, not an answer, not certainty, but a warm, quiet trust. A trust that whatever was coming wasn't something to fear, but something to welcome. Elara drifted into sleep the way a feather drifts to earth, slowly, gently, with no sharp edges. The cottage seemed to breathe with her. The lantern dimmed itself to a tender glow. The hearth hummed with low warmth, and the night wrapped around her like a soft woolen blanket. The glowing wooden box sat on the small table beside her, pulsing faintly like a tiny resting heartbeat. Dalen watched it for a long moment. His eyes softened, not with surprise, but with understanding. as if he had seen the box choose someone before, long ago, in another quiet, moonlit night. Elara's breathing deepened into the kind of rhythm born only of deep comfort. Outside, the moon reached its highest place in the sky, pouring its silver calm across the valley. And then, softly, without any disturbance to the real world, Elara began to dream. She walked through moonlight, not the ordinary kind, but a moonlight that felt warm, like soft silk brushing her skin. The sky above was dark velvet, studded with stars that glowed a gentle gold rather than white. They shimmered lazily, as if they too were half asleep. Elara glanced down. She stood barefoot on a cool, glowing path made of starlight sand, tiny sparks lighting beneath each careful step. The air smelled of soft rain and warm honey. Every breath felt soothing, as though the night itself wanted her to feel cherished. In the distance, she saw a figure sitting beside a small pond. A lantern floated on the water's surface, drifting slowly like a tiny moon of its own. Elara walked closer. The figure was a woman, tall, serene, wrapped in layers of soft fabric that flowed like mist around her. Her hair shone like polished silver, and when she turned, Elara saw that her eyes were the same warm glow the wooden box carried. "Welcome," she said, her voice gentle as a lullaby. "You've walked a long way to find rest." Elara felt no fear, only calm curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, in a voice that sounded softer than she expected. "In a dream," she replied, smiling. "A safe dream, a quiet dream." Its light brushed Elara's face, warm, sweet, comforting, and Elara felt her shoulders melt into softness. The woman gestured toward the lantern. "You have been chosen, Elara. The box senses your quiet heart. It seeks someone gentle enough to hold what it carries." Elara touched the glowing lantern gently with a fingertip. The warmth seeped into her skin. A calmness like a soft melody filled her chest. She whispered, "What does it carry?" The woman looked into the pond, watching the lantern's reflection shimmer on the surface. She said, "Not a thing, a truth." Elara's breath caught. "A truth about what?" "A truth about you." The answer wrapped around Elara like warm air, but before she could ask another question, the pond rippled. The lantern's reflection blurred. The dream night shimmered like silver fabric pulled taut. The woman's voice faded softly, like the last lines of a lullaby. "Not yet, gentle heart. Soon." And the dream dissolved into moonlight. Elara woke slowly. Her eyes fluttered open to the soft dawn light filtering through the curtains. The cottage was quiet in that tender way mornings often are, like everything around her was holding its breath so she wouldn't wake too quickly. A blanket was wrapped snugly around her, tucked beneath her chin. She didn't remember adjusting it in the night. A mug of tea, still faintly warm, rested beside her on the table. The glowing wooden box sat exactly where she'd left it, but its light had dimmed to a soft ember, barely visible. Dalen sat in the armchair by the window, gazing out at the misty valley. When he heard her stir, he turned and smiled with gentle understanding. "Did you rest well?" Elara nodded, stretching beneath the blanket. I had a dream. Dalen's eyes warmed. A peaceful one? Yes, she whispered. Strange, but peaceful. Good. He stood slowly, his movements careful, respectful of the morning quiet. The box often reaches out in dreams first. Elara sat up a little straighter, the blanket still wrapped around her like a soft cocoon. Who was she? She asked softly. The woman in the dream? Dalen paused before answering. Someone who guides the heart, he said gently. You'll see her again. Alara's pulse fluttered, not with fear, but with anticipation. The morning sun filtered into the cottage, turning the dust motes into floating gold. The air smelled faintly of chamomile and warm bread. The day felt warm, safe, and full of quiet promise. Dalen nodded toward the glowing box. When you're ready, he said softly, it will open. The lavender scent drifted softly through the cottage, settling in the air like a lullaby that refused to fade. Elara held the little bundle to her chest for a long moment, feeling the delicate stems beneath her fingertips, the ribbon as smooth as a whisper across her palm. The note rested beside the glowing wooden box, its words lingering in her mind. For the keeper to be. Something about the message felt ancient and soft, like it had been written a long time ago just for her, waiting patiently for the right dawn, the right breath, the right gentle heart to receive it. Dalen poured a little more warm water into her teacup, the steam rising like morning fog. You look thoughtful, he said quietly. Elara placed the lavender carefully beside the box. I don't understand why this is happening. Why me? Dalen sat across from her again, folding his hands the way someone does when preparing to speak about something meaningful. Keepers aren't chosen for what they can do, he said softly. They're chosen for who they are. Elara's breath warmed in her chest. But I'm ordinary. Dalen shook his head, a tender smile touching his lips. Ordinary hearts are often the gentlest ones, and gentleness, he said, his voice as soft as moonlight, is the one thing the lantern hearts respond to. Elara looked down at her hands, hands that had baked bread, tended small flowers, held books late into the night, hands that soothed her own loneliness with quiet routines and small comforts. Gentle, she murmured. The word felt fragile on her tongue, but warm. A faint pulse shimmered beneath the carved patterns, as though it responded to the moment. Elara reached toward it, then paused. Should I open it? She asked in a near whisper. Dalen's voice stayed soft. Not yet. It's listening. That answer settled something deep inside her. A strange kind of peace, a trust, began to take shape, slow as a sunrise. Dalen warmed bread by the hearth, brushing it with moonflower honey from the gifted jar. The honey glimmered like liquid pearl, catching the early light in tiny, shimmering flecks. Elara sat curled on the sofa, with a blanket around her shoulders, toes tucked beneath her like a sleepy cat. The cottage filled with the comforting scent of warm bread, lavender, and honey. Who left the basket? She asked softly. A friend of the lanterns, Dalen answered simply. That doesn't explain much. No. He smiled again, that small, warm smile that made the room feel softer. But their friendship is enough for now. Elara chewed her warm bread thoughtfully. The honey tasted like sunlight captured in a jar, sweet, smooth, calming. Does every keeper get gifts like this? Some do, some don't, but all keepers find they are cared for in ways they don't expect. Elara's heart fluttered quietly, like a moth brushing a soft lantern's surface. The kind of moment where nothing needs to be said, where the silence is not empty but full of warmth, of unspoken things, of quiet understanding. Elara rested her cheek against the back of the sofa, the blanket brushing her jaw like soft feathers. "Dalen," she murmured, eyes half closing, "how long will you stay?" He looked out the window for a long moment, watching the morning mist slowly thin into sunlight. "As long as the box needs me," he said, "or as long as you wish for company." Her chest warmed at the gentle kindness in his voice. "I think," she hesitated, cheeks warming softly, "I think I like having someone here." Dvalin's eyes softened, touched by her quiet honesty. "Then I'll stay." The words settled around the cottage like a warm quilt. Outside, sunlight broke through the mist, spreading gold across the valley. Inside, the wooden box glowed once, a warm, encouraging pulse, before dimming into steady calm again, and Elara felt, perhaps for the first time in her life, that something beautiful was quietly beginning. Morning arrived with the tenderness of a whispered apology. A pale golden light seeped through the cottage windows, washing over the wooden floors and warming the soft rugs beneath Elara's feet. The air still held the cool hush of dawn, that sweet, fragile quiet that exists only in the very early hours, before the world fully wakes, before thoughts turn sharp, before the body remembers its responsibilities. Elara sat for a moment, wrapped in her blanket, letting the stillness settle around her like an embrace. Dalen had moved to the kitchen nook, filling the kettle with fresh spring water. Everything he did seemed deliberate, gentle, like someone who understood the value of slow mornings. The cottage responded to him with polite warmth. The lanterns brightened slightly, the hearth crackled lazily, the wooden beams hummed in soft contentment. Elara's gaze drifted toward the wooden box. Its glow had softened to the faintest amber, like the last smoldering coal in a fire. Even dimmed, the box radiated warmth, not physical heat, but a soothing presence, a comforting hum that seemed to wrap around the room's edges. Elara reached out and touched it lightly. The wood felt smooth, polished, alive beneath her fingertips. "Still warm," she murmured. Dalen glanced over his shoulder and smiled. "It will always be warm. Even when its light fades, its heart stays lit." She found herself returning his smile, drawn to the gentle certainty in his voice. "What exactly is this box, Dalen?" He set the kettle on the small iron stove, the flames sighing in response. "It has many names," he said thoughtfully. "Some call it a lantern heart. Others call it a memory keeper. Each person gives it a name based on what it reveals to them. Elara blinked slowly. What will it reveal to me? Dalen folded his hands, considering her with quiet eyes. That depends entirely on you. His answer was as soft as the rising steam from the kettle. It made her feel both comforted and intrigued, as though the box held something deeply personal, something tender and waiting. Elara startled slightly, glancing toward the door. Very few people visited her cottage. Hardly anyone even lived close enough to walk here before the sun had fully risen. Dalen rose quietly, as though expecting the knock all along. He opened the door with the same calm grace he carried in every movement. A small wicker basket sat on the doorstep, wrapped in soft cloth. No person in sight, just the basket, glowing faintly in the morning light. Elara joined him at the doorway, curiosity warming her tired morning face. "What is this?" she whispered. Dalen crouched and lifted the basket carefully. "A gift," he said simply. "Someone knows the box has chosen you." Someone. The word sent a soft shiver down Elara's spine. Not cold, but like a tiny spark of wonder. Back inside, Dalen set the basket gently on the table. When Elara pulled the cloth aside, her breath caught. Inside were 3 things: a small glass jar of moonflower honey, shimmering almost silver, a folded piece of cream paper sealed with wax stamp shaped like a crescent moon, and a bundle of soft lavender sprigs tied with a silk ribbon. The scent rose around her, calming, nostalgic, safe. Her fingers trembled slightly as she reached for the note. The wax seal broke with a soft crack, and she unfolded the paper. The handwriting was elegant, almost tender. "For the keeper-to-be. May your heart stay gentle, and may your nights stay warm. A friend of the lanterns." Elara's breath came softly, like a quiet gasp wrapped in wonder. Dalen watched her with warm, knowing eyes. "You are not alone in this," he said gently. "No keeper ever is." Elara touched the lavender bundle to her heart, and for the first time since the box arrived, she felt something awakening inside her. Something warm, something steady, something quietly magical. The afternoon drifted into Willow Cottage like a soft, warm sigh. Sunlight poured across the wooden floor in gentle waves, warming the air and filling every corner of the cottage with a golden hush. Outside, the trees rustled with a lazy breeze, leaves brushing one another like whispering friends sharing secrets. Elara sat by the window with a soft wool blanket wrapped around her shoulders. The blanket had always been comforting to her, but today it felt almost symbolic, an extra layer of warmth she hadn't realized she needed. The wooden box sat beside her on a small round table, glowing faintly, never quite asleep, always quietly present. Dalen stood at the hearth, tending to a small pot simmering over low flames. The air smelled of herbs and warm broth, sage, thyme, and something gently sweet she couldn't identify. His movements were slow, steady, calming. Elara found herself watching him without meaning to. He seemed at home here in a way that surprised her, as though he had stepped into her life not as a stranger, but as someone who understood the language of quiet spaces, the rhythm of soft mornings, the poetry of slow afternoons. "Dalen," Elara said quietly, resting her chin on her knees. "How did you find this place?" He stirred the broth once, then turned to her with a gentle look. "The box led me to it." She blinked. "Just like it led you to me?" "Yes." He smiled, a small, warm smile that seemed to soften even the air between them. The lantern hearts always guide travelers to the people who need them most. Elara hugged her knees a little closer. "I didn't know I needed anything." "That's how it is for most people," Dalen said softly, "until something arrives that reminds them of the quiet ache they learned to ignore." Her breath caught. The words were so true, it almost hurt, but gently, like realizing you've been tired for too long. She looked toward the glowing box. Its pulse was steady, calm, as though it listened to every word. A gentle afternoon meal. When the broth was ready, Dalen poured it into 2 bowls. The steam spiraled upward in lazy curls. The smell itself felt like a warm embrace, soothing her breathing, slowing her thoughts. He set 1 bowl gently in front of her. "Eat while it's warm." Elara cupped the bowl with both hands, letting the heat seep into her palms. She took a slow sip. It tasted like comfort, pure, nourishing, uncomplicated, like something meant to heal quietly from the inside. "Thank you," she murmured, feeling her shoulders melt. Dalen's eyes softened. "Your cottage is peaceful," he said. "It encourages gentleness." Elara smiled faintly. "It's always been quiet here, but now it feels warmer than before." Dalen's gaze drifted briefly to the box. "You're changing," he said gently. "Your heart is opening. The cottage simply reflects that." The words rested softly over her, like petals settling on water. Later, as the afternoon deepened into a warm, golden glow, Elara stepped outside for a moment, needing air touched by sunlight. The valley stretched before her, soft, green, drowsy with warmth. Bees drifted lazily among the lavender bushes. Birds sang slow, unhurried melodies. She breathed in deeply. The air tasted like pine and sunshine and distant rain. Then she heard it. Soft footsteps on the forest path. Not hurried, not threatening, just approaching. She turned, heart beating a little faster, not with fear, but with curiosity. A figure emerged from between the trees, a woman this time, tall, graceful, dressed in layered fabrics that looked woven from dusk itself, soft shades of twilight purple and misty gray. Her hair fell in gentle waves, the color of chestnut warmed by sunlight. She carried a small satchel over one shoulder. When she reached Elara, she offered a warm, serene smile. "Good afternoon," the woman said, in a voice as soft as velvet. "You must be the keeper-to-be." Alara's breath stilled. "How do you know about that?" The woman's smile deepened with tender understanding. "I'm a friend of the Lantern Hearts. We've been waiting for the moment one chose someone new." Elara swallowed. You left the basket this morning, didn't you?" The woman nodded. "I thought you might need a gentle blessing to begin your journey." Elara felt warmth bloom in her chest, like a lantern lighting from within. "What's your name?" she asked softly. "Lyria," and I've come to help you understand the first steps of becoming a keeper." Elara's heart fluttered, not with fear, but with the quiet, sweet anticipation of something meaningful. "Come inside," she said softly, opening the cottage door. "It's warm." Lyria stepped forward, her presence filling the cottage with a soft, twilight calm, as though she carried the evening sky within her. And as she entered, the wooden box glowed brighter than it had all day, pulsing with a soft, radiant warmth, as if saying, "Welcome." The moment Lyria stepped into Willow Cottage, the air shifted. Not dramatically, not with any grand magic, but softly, like a curtain of calm settling over every surface. The tiny motes of dust floating in the golden light seemed to drift more slowly. The scent of simmered herbs lingered warmly, mingling with the fresh, silvery dusk fragrance that Lyria carried in with her, like night-blooming flowers just beginning to open. Elara closed the door behind her, and for a moment she simply watched Lyria move. Graceful, deliberate, as though every motion was meant to soothe. Dalen greeted her with a respectful nod. "You arrived sooner than I expected." Lyria smiled knowingly. Some journeys quicken themselves when a new keeper awakens. Elara hugged her blanket a little closer around her shoulders. The word keeper still felt like borrowed clothing. Soft, beautiful, but not yet molded to her shape. Lyria turned to her with warm, twilight-colored eyes. "May I sit?" she asked gently. "Of course," Elara said, gesturing to the cushioned chair near the hearth. Lyria settled into it with a soft sigh, as though the cottage had been waiting for her too. The wooden box pulsed faintly, a slow, warm heartbeat. Lyria extended one hand toward it, palm hovering just above the lid. "You've already formed a connection," she murmured. "That's rare for a beginner." Elara blinked. "What does that mean?" "It means," Lyria said softly, "that the lantern heart trusts you." The words felt like someone had gently wrapped both of Elara's hands in something warm. Lyria leaned toward the wooden box. Its warm glow deepened, like a lantern breathing. "Elara," she said quietly, "I will show you the lantern heart's first lesson, but before I do, I want you to prepare." "Prepare?" Elara echoed softly. "Yes, close your eyes." Elara obeyed. The cottage grew quieter, so quiet she could hear the soft crackle of the hearth, the gentle hum of the evening wind through the thatched roof, even Dalen's breathing slow and steady beside them. "Now," Lyria whispered, "imagine holding the box in your hands again." Elara pictured the smooth wood, warm and familiar. Feel its glow. She could. Even in imagination, it radiated a soothing heat that slowly wrapped around her chest like a comforting scarf. Let your breathing match its pulse. Slow, warm, steady. The pressure in her chest softened, deepening into something tender. And then, something inside her mind shifted. It was small, quiet, but unmistakable, like the soft sound of a lock gently releasing. She inhaled sharply, eyes fluttering open. The wooden box was glowing brighter, not wildly, not overwhelmingly, but like a lantern whose flame had just been lovingly coaxed higher. Lyria watched her with gentle pride. You opened your first inner gate. Elara stared at the box, heart fluttering. What does that mean? It means, Lyria said softly, you're ready to hear the lantern heart's first whisper. Lyria leaned toward the wooden box. Its warm glow deepened, like a lantern breathing. Elara, she said quietly, I will show you the lantern heart's first lesson, but before I do, I want you to prepare. Prepare? Elara echoed softly. Yes, close your eyes. Elara obeyed. The cottage grew quieter, so quiet she could hear the soft crackle of the hearth, the gentle hum of the evening wind through the thatched roof, even Dalen's breathing slow and steady beside them. Now, Lyria whispered, imagine holding the box in your hands again. Elara pictured the smooth wood, warm and familiar. Feel its glow. She could. Even in imagination, it radiated a soothing heat that slowly wrapped around her chest like a comforting scarf. Let your breathing match its pulse. Slow, warm, steady. The pressure in her chest softened, deepening into something tender. And then, something inside her mind shifted. It was small, quiet, but unmistakable, like the soft sound of a lock gently releasing. She inhaled sharply, eyes fluttering open. The wooden box was glowing brighter, not wildly, not overwhelmingly, but like a lantern whose flame had just been lovingly coaxed higher. Lyria watched her with gentle pride. You opened your first inner gate. Elara stared at the box, heart fluttering. What does that mean? It means, Lyria said softly, you're ready to hear the lantern heart's first whisper. The cottage felt utterly still, so still that even the dust motes seemed to pause in the golden afternoon light, as if they too were waiting. Elara kept her eyes on the softly glowing box. The warmth rising from it was subtle but unmistakable, a tender pulse, like a heartbeat resting inside her palms, even though she wasn't touching it. Lyria folded her hands in her lap, her expression serene, almost motherly. Elara, she said softly, the lantern heart speaks in whispers, not in words, not in symbols, but in feelings. Elara swallowed, her pulse fluttering like a small bird. How do I listen? She asked. Lyria smiled gently. You already began. Now you must let the whisper come to you, without reaching for it. Elara sat up a little straighter, wrapping the soft wool blanket more snugly around her shoulders. Outside the window, the breeze slowed into a quiet hush, brushing the lavender with barely a sigh. Dalen stood nearby, leaning lightly against the table. his presence steady and grounding. His quiet confidence helped calm the tiny tremors of anticipation inside her. Lilyria nodded toward the box. Place your hand on it, just one hand, gently. Elara extended her right hand, slowly, reverently, and laid her palm on the warm wooden surface. The glow deepened beneath her touch. A soft breath escaped her. It felt almost like the box exhaled in return. Lilyria's voice softened until it nearly blended with the crackle of the fire. "Close your eyes," Elara did. Warmth unfurled beneath her fingertips, traveling up her arm in a slow, gentle sweep. Not hot, not bright, just warm enough to melt away the tiny worries clinging to her shoulders. "Now," Lilyria murmured, "let the lantern heart show you something it wishes you to feel." Elara's breathing slowed. Her heartbeat quieted. The warmth blossomed, tender, luminous, spreading through her chest like liquid light. And then something shifted behind her closed eyes. A soft glow, not seen but sensed. A presence, delicate as moonlight on water. Suddenly she felt peace. A deep, soothing peace she hadn't realized she'd been missing. It wasn't loud or overwhelming. It didn't push or pull. It simply was. Calm, steady, glowing softly in the space behind her ribs. Her breath trembled. She felt safe, wrapped, held. It was like the feeling of curling beneath a warm blanket on a rainy night, with lamplight glowing beside the bed and the world outside fading into gentle nothingness. A single tear slipped down her cheek, not from sadness, but relief. Lilyria's voice drifted to her like a warm breeze. "That is the lantern heart's first whisper, the memory of safety, a reminder that your heart still knows how to rest." Elara opened her eyes slowly. The room came back into focus. Soft lantern glow, the hearth crackling, Dalen's calm gaze, Lilyria's warm twilight presence, and the box, still glowing, but now steady like a small sun learning her rhythm. Elara wiped her cheek, surprised by her own tears. I didn't know how tired I was." Lilyria leaned forward slightly, her expression full of soft understanding. Tired hearts forget their own softness. The lantern heart simply reminds them. Dalen stepped closer, setting a warm hand on Elara's shoulder, gentle, reassuring. "You did well," he said softly. Elara let out a faint, trembling laugh. "I didn't do anything." "You trusted," Lilyria corrected gently. "And trust is the first step of every keeper." Outside, the sky shifted from gold to amber, the first hints of evening settling over the valley like a soft blanket. Inside Willow Cottage, the lantern heart glowed quietly, as though pleased with her progress. And Elara, for the first time in a long time, felt her soul grow just a little lighter. Evening drifted into Willow Cottage like a tender lullaby. The golden light of afternoon softened into muted honey.
then mellowed further into a gentle amber glow that slipped between the wooden beams and settled quietly on the floorboards. Outside, the valley exhaled. A long, peaceful sigh of wind brushing through tall grasses. Fireflies began to flicker near the tree line, their soft sparks glowing like little lanterns, echoing the pulse of the wooden box on the small table. Elara sat very still, hands folded in her lap, the leftover warmth of the lantern heart's whisper still glowing quietly inside her chest. Lyria watched her with an expression made entirely of gentleness. "That feeling will stay with you," she said softly. "It will return each time you touch the lantern heart with openness instead of expectation." Elara nodded, still wrapped in her soft wool blanket. Her voice came out faint, almost dreamy. "It felt like someone wrapped me in warmth." Lyria smiled, her eyes softening. "That is its purpose, to soothe before it guides." Dalen moved around the cottage quietly, lighting small lanterns one by one. Each lantern cast a warm, golden glow, softening the shadows and turning every corner into a pool of comfort. The cottage took on a tranquil, night-ready hush, the kind that made thoughts slow down and breaths deepen without trying. When Dalen finished, he stepped closer to Elara and offered her a gentle, reassuring nod. "You handled the whisper beautifully," he said. Alara's cheeks warmed faintly. "I didn't do anything special." "You listened," Dalen said. "And that is the rarest kind of courage." Lantern lessons in the firelight. Lyria shifted slightly in her chair, the firelight casting a soft, flickering glow across her features. She said quietly, "There are 3 stages to becoming a keeper. You have completed the first, awakening your inner gate." Elara looked up, curiosity stirring through the calm. "What are the other 2? Lyria's voice softened further, like night wind brushing against silk curtains. "The second is learning to interpret the lantern heart's whispers, not just feeling them, but understanding their intentions." "And the third?" Elara asked, gently. Lyria paused, her smile tender and proud. "The third is the most beautiful. It is when the lantern heart begins to trust your guidance, when it follows your inner light instead of shaping you with its own." Alara's heart gave a tiny, uncertain flutter. "That sounds big," she said. "It is," Lyria said, "but you are not meant to hurry. Keeper paths are walked slowly, like moonlight gliding across a quiet lake." The imagery washed over her, soothing every remaining crease of worry. A cozy supper at dusk. As the sky deepened toward blue-gray, Dalen set out a simple evening meal on the wooden table. Steamed vegetables, soft bread, and a warm berry compote that scented the air with sweet, comforting fragrance. They ate slowly, quietly. Not awkward silence. Peaceful silence. Silence that felt like resting. Lyria ate delicately, as though savoring each bite. Dalen enjoyed his food with calm satisfaction. Elara let the flavors warm her into deeper relaxation. By the time the bowls were empty, the cottage felt wrapped in a cocoon of night softness. Gentle shadows, warm lanterns, the distant lull of cicadas in the valley. Elara leaned back in her chair, as the wooden box pulsed with a faint, steady glow beside her. Lyria's voice drifted through the quiet. She said softly, "Elara, tonight you will sleep more deeply than you have in many years. The lantern heart always blesses its keeper after the first whisper." Her eyelids felt suddenly heavy, as though the cottage itself was encouraging her to rest. Dalen rose and gently draped an even softer blanket over her shoulders, thicker, warmer, like a cloud woven from wool and moonlight. "Sleep," he said quietly. "Your body needs time to settle the peace you felt." Elara offered him a sleepy, grateful smile. Her bed waited across the room. White sheets, soft as fresh snow, pillows fluffed and lit by the flicker of a small lantern that cast golden waves across the quilt. She stood slowly, almost floating toward it. When she slid beneath the covers, the warmth embraced her at once, cradling her, soothing her, settling her. The lantern heart's glow dimmed to a gentle, sleepy pulse, like a tiny nightlight made of magic. Her last thought before drifting into dreams was simple: "I feel safe." And for the first time in a long, long while, Elara let the night carry her gently into rest.
Night wrapped Willow Cottage in velvet silence. Outside, the moon rose slowly over the valley, spreading silver light across the hills like a quiet blessing. The soft chirp of night insects blended with the whisper of rustling leaves, creating a gentle lullaby the earth seemed to hum just for those who listened closely. Inside, Elara slept deeper than she had in years. Her breathing was slow, peaceful, each inhale wrapped in moonlight, each exhale sinking her further into a cocoon of warmth. The small lantern on her bedside table glowed faintly, a mellow golden shimmer that flickered across her blankets like a little hearth flame guarding her dreams. At the foot of her bed, the wooden box sat quietly. Its pulse was barely visible, a soft, rhythmic glow, like a firefly resting its wings. And as Elara slipped deeper into the comfort of her dreams, something began to take shape within them. morning slid softly into Willow Cottage, the light thin and delicate at first, barely more than a pale shimmer across the window glass. It slowly thickened into warm gold, spilling over the wooden floorboards like honey warming in the sun. Elara lay still beneath her quilt, caught between the last soft threads of sleep and the slow, steady glow of waking. The dream lingered behind her eyes, moonlit flowers, a warm breeze, and a presence that had felt so deeply familiar she still felt it brushing against her heart like a soft fingertip. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the wooden box resting at the foot of her bed. Its glow was faint, a soft, sleepy pulse that matched the peaceful rhythm of the morning. She didn't move. For a long moment, she simply breathed and let the serenity of the dawn cradle her. A quiet knock came at her doorframe. Soft, careful, as though the person knocking didn't want to startle the gentle hush of the morning. "Elara?" Dalen's voice floated in, warm and low, carrying the scent of something fragrant. "May I come in?" Elara pushed herself up slightly. "Of course." Dalen stepped in, carrying a small wooden tray with 2 steaming cups of something warm and a small bowl of berries glistening in the firelight. He set it gently on the small table beside her. "I made morning tea," he said softly. "Lyria said it might help ease any lingering dream energy." Elara blinked sleepily. "Dream energy?" Morning had fully settled across the valley by the time Elara made her way to the hearth. The fire crackled softly, not loud, not bright, but warm in a way that seemed to echo her own heartbeat. Soft orange light danced along the stone hearth, glowing like melted amber. Lyria stood beside the wooden box on the small round table, her hands folded loosely, her expression serene and thoughtful. Dalen lingered near the window, letting the morning breeze brush past him, his presence steady and grounding as always. Elara paused just a step away from the box. It pulsed gently, softly, reassuringly, almost like it was waiting for her. She wrapped her blanket tighter around her shoulders and took a slow breath. "I'm ready," she whispered. Lyria nodded once, not in approval, but in acknowledgement. A silent understanding between teacher and student, between soft guidance and gentle courage. "Sit," Lyria said softly, gesturing toward the cushioned chair. Elara lowered herself into it, the cushion welcoming her with a familiar, comforting sigh. The blanket pooled around her hips like a nest of warmth. Lyria knelt gracefully in front of her, not to make herself smaller, but to meet her at eye level so their breaths shared the same soft air. "Elara," she began, her voice low and slow, "the second whisper will not show you anything harmful. It will show you something tender." Elara's fingers clasped the blanket. "Something I've forgotten?" "Something you placed gently out of reach," Lyria corrected, "so that your heart could rest. The lantern heart will only reveal memories that wish to come back home." The words softened something inside Elara, a small knot loosening in her chest. Lyria placed her palms lightly on the wooden box. Its glow deepened, turning from warm gold to a soft, muted rose. "Elara," Lyria said quietly, "extend your hands." Elara obeyed, her fingers trembling slightly, but steadying when she placed her palms against the warm surface of the box. The heat radiated into her skin, up her wrists, settling into her chest like a slow sunrise inside her. Lyria closed her eyes. Dalen took one quiet step closer. The cottage air shifted, nothing dramatic, just a deepening of calm, a thickening of quiet. The lanterns along the walls flickered gently, as if bowing their heads. And then the box pulsed once, a soft, glowing thrum that vibrated through Elara's palms and spread through her body like the first note of a lullaby. Her breath caught, her vision blurred, then softened, then melted into light. The sun slipped behind the treetops, so quietly that Elara almost missed it. One moment, the room glowed with pale afternoon gold, and the next, the light softened into a silvery dusk that wrapped itself around the cottage like a familiar shawl. The air cooled, the wind calmed, and the lanterns hanging near the ceiling began their slow, natural shimmer, as if sensing the world drifting toward night. Elara sped beside the window, her fingertips brushing the cold glass, watching as soft waves of twilight rolled across the valley. The fields glowed faintly under the moon's early rise, and distant fireflies began waking, their tiny lights flickering like sleepy sighs. Behind her, the hearth crackled, warm and steady. Its glow reached toward her feet, gathering around her like a blanket stitched from comfort itself. Luria poured warm herbal tea into 3 clay cups. The scent, lavender, chamomile, and something sweetly earthy, spread through the room like a gentle hush. Dalen added firewood with careful, quiet hands. He didn't look at Elara directly, but the way his presence hovered near felt grounding, reassuring, comfortably close without crowding her. Elara exhaled slowly. The memory from earlier in the day, her mother's soft voice, the warm wooden floor, the small lantern box resting in her lap, lingered inside her like warm honey. It didn't ache, it glowed, softly, tenderly, lovingly. She turned from the window as Luria offered her a cup of tea. "Drink slowly," Luria said. "The body needs warmth after a memory opens." Elara cupped the warm clay, letting the heat seep into her palms, then her wrists, then deeper, into her chest and the corners of her heart that still felt a little bare from remembering. She took a long sip. The warmth spread through her like the slow blooming of a lantern flame. "Luria," she murmured, settling into the cushioned chair by the fire. "Does everyone receive memories like that when they open the second whisper?" Luria shook her head with gentle certainty. "No, only the ones whose hearts once held the lantern's glow even before they knew its name." "So Alara's voice softened. "I had lantern light as a child?" Luria's eyes glimmered, like 2 quiet candles. "You had something rarer," she said. "You had a calling from the lantern before you ever touched one." Dalen paused mid-motion as he set down the firewood. "Elara?" he said softly, his tone warm and a little awed. Elara blinked, the tea trembling slightly in her hands. "A calling?" Elara drifted into sleep slowly, as if the night itself were cradling her. Her body rested in the warmth of the thick quilts and soft blankets, but her spirit seemed to float, weightless, unburdened, held in the gentle hush of the cottage. The fire crackled quietly, its soft pops echoing through the room like tiny heartbeats. Moonlight draped itself over her hair and shoulders in a cool silver veil, and the lantern box beside her glowed with a tender, steady pulse, a warm, rhythmic invitation that tugged at the edges of her dreams. Outside, the night settled even deeper. The forest breathed its slow, ancient breath. The wind hushed, and the stars peered down like watchful lanterns hung in a great velvet sky. Elara's breathing synchronized with the lantern's gentle pulse, in and out. Slow, soft, peaceful. And then the world shifted, not suddenly, not sharply, but with a feather-light ease, like a curtain being drawn back to reveal something glowing in the quiet beyond. Elara wasn't in the cottage anymore. She stood barefoot on a long wooden path that stretched out into the night like a dream suspended over darkness. Tall lanterns lined each side of the path, hundreds of them, glowing with soft amber light. Not blinding, not harsh, just warm enough to make her heart loosen, as if exhaling after years of holding. Each lantern flickered with its own gentle rhythm, creating a soft symphony of glowing breaths. Elara took a step forward. The wooden planks beneath her were warm, almost alive, as if they remembered every foot that had walked here before her. She looked down. The dress she wore wasn't the one she'd fallen asleep in. This one was made of light cotton, pale cream with flowing sleeves, soft, loose, and weightless as moonlit mist. Her hair rested over her shoulders in long, gentle waves. A small silver ribbon, tied loosely near the back, shifted with the slightest breeze. A warmth brushed her cheek. She turned. The lantern box had come with her, but not as a box. It now hung near her hand like a small floating orb of golden light, gently bobbing in the air as if eager to guide her. Its glow pulsed once. The path ahead brightened. Elara swallowed, not from fear, but from a soft anticipation that warmed her chest. "Is this the calling?" she whispered. The lantern pulsed again. Yes, not in words, but in a sensation, a warm, subtle certainty that hummed through her bones like distant music. She took another step forward, then another. The lantern drifted beside her, keeping pace, its glow brushing softly against her fingertips. The air smelled faintly of jasmine and something sweet, like old parchment warmed by sunlight. The night sky above her was darker than ink, but sprinkled with stars so bright and steady they looked like tiny lanterns themselves, hung with delicate purpose. Elara walked. and the path stretched on without hurry, as if shaped by her pace alone. Soon soft shapes appeared at the edges of the light. Not trees, not walls, more lanterns. Dozens, then hundreds, floating freely like fireflies frozen mid-dance. They hovered in gentle arcs high above her, then drifted slowly across the sky like glowing petals caught in a dream wind. Elara's breath softened in awe. She reached out a hand. One lantern drifted downward, hovering before her. It was small, no bigger than a teacup, its glass etched with faint spirals that shimmered like dew. Its glow pulsed gently and curious. Elara cupped her hands beneath it. Warmth spread across her palms like sunlight filtered through soft curtains. Memories flickered across the glass, blurry at first, then clearer. Her mother's soft humming, the cottage window glowing at dawn, her young hands arranging petals on the floor. Elara's breath trembled. "That was my childhood," she whispered. The tiny lantern pulsed again, not as an answer, but as acknowledgement. As if saying yes, as if saying, "Remember gently." She let the lantern drift away and continued walking, the glowing orb beside her guiding her forward. The wooden path widened. Soft fog rose around her feet like cool silk, and up ahead a shape took form. A large lantern, much larger than the rest, suspended in mid-air over a circular platform made of pale stone. Its glow was different. Pale gold and violet mixed together like twilight caught in glass. She stepped onto the platform, her heart thumping softly. The great lantern pulsed once, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the wood, through the air, through her chest. Her breath hitched. The orb beside her drifted closer to the great lantern, as if bowing. She felt something, a recognition, like meeting someone she'd never seen, but had known forever. The lantern spoke, not in voice, not in words, in a sensation. Warmth. Memory, light, emotion. A feeling bloomed inside her chest, a familiar ache wrapped in comfort. And suddenly, images surged gently into her mind. Her mother's hands, warm, strong, smelling of lavender and oak leaves. Her mother kneeling beside a different lantern, this lantern, with Elara as a toddler sitting in her lap. Her mother's voice soft as moonlight. "One day this light will return to you, and when it does, follow it with a gentle heart." The vision softened, the sensation receded. The lantern dimmed again, to its calm twilight glow. Elara wiped her cheek. A tear had escaped, but not from sadness, from fullness, from a deep tenderness that felt older than memory. "Why did she show me this?" Elara whispered. The lantern flickered once, and the answer bloomed inside her. "Because you are ready." Ready for what? Elara wasn't sure, but she felt it. A quiet, steady courage settling into her chest like a small glowing seed. She stepped closer to the great lantern. Its glow brightened, washing over her in warm waves. Her fingertips tingled. Her breath deepened. Her heart slowed into perfect harmony with the lantern's rhythm. And then, a whisper, soft as breath, not through her ears, through her spirit. Elara. The calling, her calling. The lantern heart had awakened. The platform beneath her shimmered with light, rippling outward like gentle waves on still water. The floating lantern. The light surrounding Elara felt warm and weightless, as if she had stepped into a dream spun from moonbeams and half-remembered lullabies. It didn't blind her. If anything, it welcomed her, drawing her forward with gentle familiarity. The moment she crossed the shimmering veil, the wooden path beneath her feet dissolved into velvety darkness. It wasn't an empty void. It felt safe, almost tender. The air shifted into a cool, gentle breeze, carrying the faint scent of wild jasmine and distant rain. Elara took a cautious step. Beneath her foot, light blossomed, soft circles of pale gold rippling outward like rings on water. Each step summoned a new bloom of radiance, forming a luminous trail behind her. She glanced back. The path glowed softly in the darkness, marking her journey with reverent quietness. Ahead, floating lanterns spiraled upward in graceful curves, glowing like small suns drifting through a celestial dance. They moved in peaceful arcs around her, brushing her skin with warmth like feather-light fingertips. The lantern orb that had guided her earlier hovered loyally at her side, pulsing with a steady, heartbeat-like rhythm. It nudged forward gently, urging her onward. Elara breathed in, and a soothing warmth filled her lungs. Courage, shaped as air. "Where are you taking me?" she whispered. The lantern pulsed once. Then a feeling unfurled softly inside her chest. One word, unmistakable. Home. She frowned. "But this isn't my cottage." Another pulse. Not that home. A deeper warmth followed. "Your spirit's home." Alara's heartbeat steadied, calm and sure. She followed the lantern along the path of blooming light. The surrounding darkness wasn't frightening. It wrapped around her like velvet, like thick blankets on winter nights, like a quiet room where nothing is expected of you except to breathe. The darkness gradually opened into a vast space filled with floating lanterns. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands. They drifted gently, glowing in silver, gold, and twilight violet. Some shimmered like dusk caught inside glass. Elara stared upward in awe. It felt like stepping inside the sky itself, a sky where stars drifted close enough to touch. Her guiding lantern floated forward and joined the others, merging into the constellation of light. Then, slowly, the lanterns around her began to move, softly swirling, forming a halo above her head. A voice whispered. It wasn't human. It sounded like wind sliding through tall grass, like distant memories turning pages. "Elara." She froze. The lanterns brightened. "You have come far." Her throat tightened. "Who are you?" The lights pulsed in a rolling, wave-like motion, like 1,000 lanterns taking a breath. "We are memory. We are guidance. We are the light your mother spoke of." A lantern drifted closer, glowing with a warmth that made Alara's chest ache with recognition. "Mother?" A steady pulse answered her.
Her love brought you here. Her memory kept the path unbroken. Her voice still lives in your heart. Tears welled in Elara's eyes but didn't fall. They hovered like warm beads of light. "I miss her," she whispered. The lanterns deepened into gold. "She is not lost. She left her light in your hands, and tonight you will learn why." Elara swallowed. "Why now?" Waves of violet, gold, and silver washed softly through the chamber of lanterns. From the center of the swirling lights, a larger lantern descended, an orb of carved, spiraling glass, glowing with soft violet at its core and warm gold along its edges. Something inside Elara pulled toward it. She felt anchored, seen, understood. The lantern hovered at her heart's height. She could barely breathe. "What is this?" The lantern brightened. "Your mother's lantern, the one she tended before your birth, the one that chose you the moment it sensed your spirit." Elara pressed a trembling hand to her chest. "She never told me." "She wanted you to grow freely," the lantern murmured. "With love, not expectation. With wonder, not weight." Warmth spread through Elara's body, gentle as a comforting embrace. She stepped closer. The lantern flickered, as if greeting her. A sensation surfaced, a memory without images. Her mother holding her as a baby, lavender and pine. A lullaby hummed softly. The lantern's glow matched the rhythm of that memory. Elara's voice trembled. "Why show me this now?" "Because your heart has opened, because you remembered gently, because the world needs lantern guides again." Elara blinked. "Lantern guides? Like my mother?" "Yes. A lantern guide does not command light. She listens to it, follows where it leads, soothes what trembles, remembers what the world forgets." The lantern moved around her, observing her from every angle. "You have already begun." Elara's breath hitched. "I have?" "When you comforted the lantern heart, when you walked through memory without fear, when you stayed soft, even when the world made you wary." The lantern drifted closer. "You are ready for your mother's gift." Warmth bloomed inside Elara's chest, like a flower unfolding. "What gift?" The lantern brightened, casting violet gold light over her. Then, gently, it touched her heart. Light poured into her, warmth soft as water, love boundless and bright. Her heart blossomed with radiant heat. Memories spilled into her mind. Her mother's laugh, winter nights in the cottage, the lullaby she thought she'd forgotten. They wove themselves into her spirit like moonlight settling onto the earth. Tears streamed down her cheeks, warm and releasing. "This is your inheritance," whispered the lantern. "Her light, her tenderness, her calling, and her love." Elara's knees buckled, but the surrounding lanterns held her up. The great lantern drifted back, and for the first time, spoken words, soft, feminine, like a lullaby. "Elara, you now carry her light, and one day you will carry others." Elara swallowed hard. "What do I do now?" The lantern dimmed into a gentle, sleepy glow. "You rest, and when you wake, your path will begin." Light folded around her like a warm cocoon, and Elara drifted back toward the world with a heart overflowing with new radiance. Back in the cottage, her sleeping body breathed peacefully. The lantern pulsed beside her. A faint glow shimmered beneath her skin like moonlight settling into her bones. Dalen leaned forward. "Lyria, look!" Lyria exhaled softly. "She's receiving it. The lantern is giving her the guide's light. Will she be all right? Dalen whispered. Lyria smiled gently. She will be more than all right. She will be whole. The lantern brightened, Elara breathed, and the night held them all in its warm, moonlit hush.
Evening slipped into Willow Cottage like a soft sigh, drifting through open windows and settling across the room with quiet familiarity. The last stretch of sunlight faded into lavender dusk, brushing a gentle hush over every surface. The hearth glowed low and rosy, breathing steady warmth into the dim, tender space. Elara curled in her favorite window alcove, wrapped in layered blankets and the familiar scent of lavender and cedar. The quilt hugged her shoulders, her legs tucked beneath her as loose strands of hair caught the lantern light in golden glimmers. For a moment, she simply listened to the cottage's slow, living heartbeat, the kind of stillness that breathed with her. On the nearby table sat the wooden box, the lantern heart, glowing brighter than she had ever seen. Its pulse was steady, warm, alive. And tonight, something in its glow felt expectant. Elara? Dalen's voice drifted in from the kitchen. Gentle as always, he carried a small clay pot wrapped in linen, and the air filled with the sweet scent of steamed milk, honey, and rose. I made something new, he said with a soft smile. Lyria calls it lantern milk, for nights that need extra softness. I think tonight might be one of those, Elara murmured. He joined her in the alcove, careful with the quilt. Their shoulders brushed, warm, familiar. He poured the drink into 2 cups and handed her one. The moment Elara cupped it in her hands, a wave of comfort rose through her. One sip tasted like melted memory. Milk, honey, rose, a hint of vanilla, and that mysterious dream root Lyria always mentioned. Dalen took a sip and exhaled with his eyes closed. It works too well, she teased. Be careful, he replied quietly, or you'll fall asleep before the lantern begins. Her brows lifted. Begins? Before he could answer, a soft chiming shimmered through the cottage, like moonlight striking crystal. It wasn't from the box's surface, but from deep within the lantern heart itself. Dalen's expression shifted into something reverent. It's entering its night bloom. Alara's breath caught. She'd heard Lyria mention the phrase once, spoken with the kind of respect reserved for old magic. What does that mean? She whispered. It means, Dalen said slowly, placing his cup aside, that tonight it will show you something. Something tender, something true. A small tremor of fear and curiosity tightened her fingers around the cup. Dalen touched her hand gently. You're not alone, he reminded her. The lantern chimed again, a soft, unfolding sound. Shadows lowered, as if bowing to what was coming. It's beginning. The first petal. The lantern's glow deepened from gold into a warm, blooming rose. Elara felt a gentle warmth climb her spine, steady, comforting, as though someone kind stood behind her. Delicate lines of light traced across the wooden box,
curling like growing vines. Then, the lid opened soundlessly, like a flower unfurling. Inside, the crystal heart pulsed softly. Its light swelled, spilling across the room in lavender, rose, and silver. Shapes formed, soft, shifting, radiant. A small cottage. Elara leaned closer. Her childhood home. But not the heavy memories. Only the warmth, the safe nights. A moment surfaced from deep within her. A younger Elara wrapped in a blanket beside her mother, drawing constellations on the ceiling with lantern light. Her throat tightened with a sweetness she hadn't let herself feel in years. Dalen whispered, "The lantern chooses what your heart is ready to remember." A single tear slipped down her cheek. The memory seemed to breathe words, felt rather than heard. You were cherished. Dalen brushed her tear away gently. Let it come. The second petal. The memory dissolved, replaced by a moonlit meadow. Elara stood barefoot in soft grass, facing a figure made of warm, familiar light, faceless, gentle, impossible. "I've seen them in dreams," she whispered. "Then the lantern is confirming something. It's showing you the shape of safety." The figure stepped closer, their light wrapped around her like a blanket, settling on her shoulders, warm and protective. A shimmering hand rose, touching her cheek with exquisite tenderness. A whisper bloomed inside her. "You are not alone. You have never been alone." Her breath shuddered. Tears welled again, full but not painful. Dalen squeezed her hand, grounding her. "You're doing perfectly." The lantern glowed amber, gentle, honest, true. The third petal. The lantern's pulse deepened. The figure of light looked at her with a fondness that felt vast, like the universe gathering close. They touched her heart. Warmth bloomed inside her, soft, awakening, steady. A quiet whisper followed. "Trust the path unfolding. Your heart knows where home is." Elara exhaled, her whole body softening. The figure stepped closer, not embracing but surrounding her with a presence so gentle it almost hurt in the best way. More tears, more warmth. Dalen's voice brushed her ear. "The lantern is acknowledging you, accepting you." "Why does it feel so loving?" he said, voice soft and trembling with honesty. "Because it mirrors the love you're learning to feel for yourself, and the love you allow others to give you." She looked at him. "You mean you?" He paused, then gave a small, vulnerable nod. "If you choose to let me." The lantern brightened, as if blessing his words. The figure dissolved into drifting petals of light, circling Elara once, soft, affectionate, before returning to the lantern heart. The box closed with a gentle sigh. The light faded back to its familiar golden heartbeat. The cottage settled into quiet stillness. Elara breathed softly, hands trembling slightly. Dalen didn't speak. He simply stayed, present, warm, steady. She leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder. He wrapped an arm around her with tender care. "How do you feel?" he whispered. "Warm and seen and safe." Dalen exhaled in quiet relief. "You're blooming too." A small smile touched her lips. "I think I am." Outside, moonlight rested across the cottage roof. Inside, the lantern glowed with peaceful warmth. The night bloom had ended, but something new had begun. Something gentle, tender, unfolding like petals in morning sun.
Night settled over Willow Cottage with the softness of velvet, deep, quiet, and tender, as if the world itself paused to let Elara breathe after the lantern heart's blooming. The hearth had burned down to gentle embers, casting warm ripples of orange across the wooden floor. A small pot of herbal steam drifted from the cable, filling the air with cedar, honey, and the faint sweetness of rose. Elara sat curled in the window alcove, wrapped in her quilt, her head resting against Dalen's shoulder. Her breathing was slow and steady, though a soft tremor rose through her chest now and then, not from fear, but from a depth of emotion she hadn't expected tonight. Across the room, the lantern heart glowed faintly, its once brilliant bloom settling into slow, steady pulses. Dalen's fingertips brushed lightly over the back of her hand. He wasn't pulling her close, only offering calm, warm presence, like a candle that refused to flicker in the dark. "Elara," he whispered, his voice low and velvety. "What you saw tonight, it changes things, not in a frightening way, in a deep one." She lifted her head slightly, hair brushing her cheek. "It felt like the lantern was showing me something I didn't know I needed." Dalen nodded gently. "That's its way. It reveals what your heart is finally ready to hold." Elara swallowed, a soft ache blooming in her chest. "I saw my mother, a moment I'd forgotten. It was warm, gentle. Sometimes the heart buries good memories too, especially when it tries too hard to protect you." She looked down at her hands, the quilt pooled softly around her. "For so long, I thought my past was only shadows. Tonight, I saw light in it, a quiet, soft light." Dalen's expression warmed. "That's how healing begins." Elara leaned into him again, letting his warmth settle into her bones. They sat in silence long enough for the moon to climb higher and silver the glass of the window beside them. A quiet visitor at the door. Just as Elara felt herself sinking into a soft, dreamy calm,
a faint knock sounded at the cottage door, so gentle it seemed the visitor feared to disturb the night. Dalen lifted his head, alert but calm. "That's Laria," he said softly. "She always knocks like she's apologizing to the wood." A tiny smile touched Elara's lips. "It does sound like her." Dalen arose without disturbing the quilt around her and opened the door. A cool, pine-scented breeze drifted in. Laria entered with her pale gray shawl wrapped around her, her hair loose and softly glowing under the moonlight. Her eyes found Elara instantly, warm, knowing. "Elara," she asked gently, "how is your heart?" Elara held the quilt a little tighter, tender, but not painful, just open. Laria's smile deepened. "That is the shape of a blooming keeper." She stepped toward the lantern heart, tracing her fingers lightly along the wooden box as though greeting an old friend. It bloomed beautifully. Elara hesitated. "You knew it would?" "Yes." Laria turned toward her. "The lantern blooms only when the keeper reaches a new threshold of trust." Dalen returned quietly to Elara's side, though he didn't touch her with Laria watching. "What happens after a bloom?" Elara asked. "Two things," Laria said. "First, rest. The lantern sleeps and settles the memories it awakened in you. And the second? The keeper awakens." Elara's breath caught. "Awakens?" "Not dramatically," Laria assured. "It's a slow softening, a deepening, a widening. You'll feel things more clearly, your own emotions, the warmth others try to hide, the truths beneath a quiet room." Elara touched her chest lightly. "I think it's already happening." "It begins immediately," Laria said with a soft smile. The teaching of the midnight edge. Laria folded into the rocking chair across from them, the wood creaking in that familiar, comforting way. "Elara," she said, "there's something the lantern will expect you to understand soon." Elara straightened, and even Dalen sat more attentively. "There are 3 thresholds every keeper must pass," Laria continued. "Heart quiet, heart seeing, and heart calling." Elara's fingers curled around her quilt. "Which one am I in?" "You've just entered the second," she said gently. "Heart seeing." "What does that mean?" Laria looked at her with ancient softness. "It means you will begin to sense what lies beneath things, the truth beneath a smile, the emotion behind silence, the warmth others don't know how to show. You will see the quiet pulse of the world." Elara exhaled shakily. "That sounds overwhelming." "It won't be. It arrives like dawn, slow and patient." "And the third threshold?" Elara asked. "Heart calling," Laria said. "It comes when the lantern reveals the place or person your spirit is meant to anchor to." Elara blinked. The person?" Laria only smiled. She did not answer. But beside Elara, Dalen's breath shifted, quietly hopeful, quietly afraid. Something warm trembled inside Elara, soft, unspoken. A quiet moment before sleep. Laria rose, gathering her shawl around her. "Tonight is for rest. Let your heart settle.
Keep the lantern close while you sleep." "I will," Elara whispered. She turned to Dalen. "Stay with her if she wants you to." Warmth rushed to Elara's cheeks. Dalen waited, silent, steady, letting the choice be hers. "I'd like that," she murmured. Dalen's tiny smile held more relief than words. Luria left with a soft flutter of shawl and moonlight. The door clicked shut, and the cottage seemed to exhale. The alcove felt smaller now, warmer, softer. After a moment, Dalen asked quietly, "Elara, may I stay until you fall asleep?" Elara leaned into him, her head settling on his shoulder with easy trust. "Yes, I feel safe with you here." Dalen breathed out, a soft, unguarded sound. The cottage dimmed, the lantern's glow flickering like a heartbeat at rest. Elara's eyelids grew heavy. Wrapped in the quilt, Dalen's warmth, and the lantern's gentle pulse, she drifted toward sleep, slowly, softly, beautifully. Just before dreams took her, she felt the faint echo of the light figure touch her heart once more. A whisper followed her into the quiet. "You are exactly where you are meant to be." Night wrapped Willow Cottage in its gentlest embrace, pressing quiet into every corner and laying a soft silver glow across the floorboards. Elara slept deeply beneath her quilt, her breath slow and steady, dark hair spilling over the pillow like silk. Beside her, the lantern heart rested on the small table, glowing in slow, rhythmic pulses, warm, golden breaths of light that shimmered across the blankets. Dalen sat nearby in the carved wooden chair Lyria had made years ago. His posture was relaxed, but his presence held a quiet protectiveness. He wasn't guarding Elara so much as anchoring the calm around her, keeping the atmosphere soft so her dreams could unfold without fear. A gentle wind brushed the window. The bedside candle flickered. Elara shifted slightly, a faint sound escaping her, something closer to longing than distress. Dalen leaned forward, whispering her name only to steady her breath, not to wake her. The lantern brightened in response, petals of warm light curling toward her sleeping form, and then her dream began. Where the dream begins. Elara found herself in a twilight meadow woven of lavender dusk and starlight. Silver shimmering grass swayed around her, touched by a breeze she could not feel but sensed deep inside. Fireflies drifted like floating lanterns. From the far end of the meadow, a warm glow approached. The figure again, soft, luminous, familiar in a way she could not explain. Tonight their form held clearer shape, tall, steady, comforting rather than imposing. Someone who arrived only when the heart grew quiet enough to see. They extended a hand. This time, Elara stepped forward without hesitation. When their light brushed her fingers, warmth moved through her, calm, deep, belonging. "I don't know you," she whispered, voice trembling softly, "but I feel like I do." A pulse of warmth rippled through the meadow, a response without words. You know the warmth. You know the safety. Names come later. She lowered her gaze. "I thought the warmth came from the lantern." Another gentle pulse. "It does. And from you." Her breath hitched. "From me?" The figure stepped closer,
their glow like a shawl of dawn resting across her shoulders. You don't yet see how much tenderness you hold. The lantern blooms because your heart blooms. Elara trembled. I'm not sure I'm ready for everything this means. The warmth deepened. You're not meant to be ready, only willing. A slow exhale left her. The meadow brightened, accepting her answer. Then the whisper came again. Look behind the fear. There you'll find the truth waiting to surface. Before she could speak, the figure touched her heart with light, and the scene dissolved into gold. A stirring back in the cottage. Elara gasped softly in her sleep. Dalen leaned forward immediately, eyes gentle and alert. Her fingers twitched, but her face remained peaceful, more revelation than pain. The lantern flared, casting long waves of amber across the walls. She's seeing something important, Dalen murmured, placing 2 fingertips on the quilt near her hand, offering presence without touching. A soft hum filled the room. Alara's breath steadied again. She drifted deeper. Where the dream continues. The gold dissolved. A small cottage appeared. Not Willow Cottage. Her childhood home. Its doorway glowed softly, just as in the memory the lantern had shown her. Inside hung a simple lantern. No magic, just warm candlelight. And beside it, her mother. Not fully formed, more like an impression of warmth and presence, but unmistakable. "Mom," she whispered. Her mother never spoke in these visions, yet she reached out with the same gentle touch she used to give when Elara was too tired to sleep. Warmth washed over her, acceptance, safety, home. A feeling soft, like a voice inside her breath. "You're opening, sweetheart. Don't fear the softness. It's how the light comes in." Tears gathered in her eyes. "I thought I had forgotten you," she whispered. "I'm sorry." The warm hand pressed gently against her cheek. "You never forgot. You only tucked me away until you felt safe enough to remember." The cottage blurred. Her mother's shape dimmed, not in sadness, but like a lantern passing its light on. One last whisper filled her chest. It's time to open your heart to the place and to the person becoming your home. Elara gasped. The dream dissolved, waking into warmth. Moonlight drifted across the ceiling. The quilt hugged her shoulders. The air was warm, still, comforting. Dalen was awake the instant her breath changed. He leaned in, voice soft with concern and something deeper. "Elara, are you all right?" She turned toward him, tears bright but gentle in her eyes. "I saw her," she whispered. "Your mother?" She nodded. Dalen reached out slowly, brushing a tear from her cheek. She didn't pull away, instead, leaned into the touch. "What did she tell you?" he asked. Elara swallowed. "That it's time for my heart to open to someone." Dalen's breath caught, quiet, controlled, full of feeling he had tried not to burden her with. "Elara, I never want to push you, ever, but if you choose to open your heart, I hope you know there's space waiting for you in mine." Her chest tightened in the sweetest way. The lantern glowed brightly, as if agreeing. Elara slid her hand beneath the quilt and found his. "I know," she whispered. and I'm not afraid." Willow Cottage breathed with them, warm, moonlit, peaceful. The lantern pulsed once, softly. The beginning.
Night draped Willow Cottage in silver and shadow. The valley outside hushed under a soft moonlit blanket. Crickets murmured lazily, and the wooden floor caught pale moonlight like liquid. Elara lay beneath her quilt, her fingers loosely intertwined with Dalen's. Even as her breath steadied in sleep, the warmth of his hand anchored her, grounding her in the quiet peace of the room. The lantern heart on the bedside table glowed gently, pulsing like a slow, contented heartbeat. Its golden light spilled across the blankets, brushing her face in soft waves. Dalen sat nearby in the carved wooden chair, posture relaxed, yet his eyes held a quiet watchfulness, a reverent protectiveness, not guarding, simply creating a calm space so her dreams could unfold gently. A soft breeze whispered against the window pane. The candle flickered. Elara shifted slightly, a faint murmur escaping her lips. Not pain, only yearning. Dalen leaned forward, voice a soft thread in the night. "Elara," he whispered. The lantern seemed to lean toward her, brightening as if responding. Warm petals of light traced toward her form, following the pull of her emotions. Then the dream began. Elara found herself in a twilight meadow, woven from lavender haze and starlight. The air was thick with unspoken memory and gentle feeling. Grass shimmered in silver, fireflies floated like tiny lanterns, and a figure of warm, glowing light approached. Her breath caught. The figure was soft, yet defined, steady and reassuring. Its hand extended toward her, and for the first time, Elara stepped forward without hesitation. Their hands brushed, a whisper of warmth, a pulse of recognition. "You," she murmured. "I don't know you, but I feel like I do." The figure's presence radiated understanding. No words came, only the quiet whisper of feeling. You know the warmth. You know the safety. Names come later. Elara felt the truth of it deep in her chest. "I thought this warmth came from the lantern." "It does. And from you." "From me?" The figure's light brushed her shoulders like dawn, filling her heart. "You do not yet see how much tenderness you hold." Tears stung her eyes, soft and hot. The lantern in the dream seemed to bloom in response. "I'm not ready for everything this means," she whispered. "You aren't meant to be ready, only willing." The meadow brightened, accepting her willingness. The figure pressed its light against her chest once more. "Look behind the fear, and you will find the truth waiting to surface." Elara gazed up. What truth? No words answered, only golden light, and the calm certainty that her heart was opening. Back in the cottage, Elara gasped softly in her sleep. Dalen leaned closer, gentle, attentive. Her fingers twitched. The lantern heart flared slowly, casting warm amber waves. "She's seeing something important," Dalen whispered, placing 2 fingertips near her hand on the quilt, not touching, only present. The room warmed. A soft hum settled, like a lullaby sung by night itself. Elara drifted deeper into the dream. The dream continued. The meadow dissolved into another scene, a small, familiar cottage, not Willow Cottage, but one her heart remembered, her childhood home. A lantern glowed warmly inside, soft and steady. Her mother appeared, gentle and kind, an impression rather than a figure.
She reached out, cupping her cheek as she used to when Elara was too tired to sleep. A wave of warmth washed through her. Acceptance, love, safety. "You're opening, sweetheart. Softness is not weakness. It lets the light come in." Elara whispered, "I thought I had forgotten you. I'm sorry." "You never forgot. You only tucked me away until you felt safe enough to feel me again." The vision faded, leaving only the quiet pulse of understanding. It is time for you to open your heart to the place and to the person who will become your home. Waking into warmth. Elara's eyes opened slowly. Moonlight poured across the room. Her quilt hugged her shoulders. Dalen remained seated, alert, breathing softly. "Elara," his voice was gentle, velvet smooth. "Are you all right?" "I saw her," Elara whispered, tears clinging to her lashes. "Your mother?" Dalen's voice softened. She nodded. Dalen brushed a thumb across her cheek, catching the tear. She leaned slightly into him. "What did she tell you?" he asked. "That it's time for my heart to open to someone." Dalen's chest tightened, a subtle, unspoken hope rising. "Elara, I never want to push, but if you choose to open, know there's space in mine." Elara's chest swelled. She reached out, her fingers finding his beneath the quilt. "I know, and I'm not afraid." The lantern heart pulsed gently, affirming her words. The cottage seemed to inhale with them, warm and quiet. Elara's fingers tightened around his. They stayed like that, hand in hand, hearts beating slowly together. The lantern glowed steadily beside them, as if whispering, "This is the beginning."
Night settled over Willow Cottage like a living, breathing hush. The moon draped a silver blanket across the valley, and crickets murmured softly in the grass. Elara lay beneath her quilt, fingers intertwined with Dalen's, her face turned toward him in unconsciously trusting repose. Her breath was steady, rhythmic, and serene. Dalen didn't sleep, not yet. He remained seated in the chair beside her bed, watching her with quiet reverence. It wasn't a look of possession or longing, but one of awe, the kind that comes when someone who has spent years closing themselves off finds a presence that makes defenses melt like wax. Her hair spilled across the pillow in soft waves, eyelashes fluttering with the traces of dreams. Dalen lifted her hand barely an inch, brushing his thumb along her knuckles. Instinctively, her fingers tightened in sleep, a small acknowledgement of him even now. He lowered his head, exhaled slowly, and whispered softly, "You don't even know how much light you carry." The lantern heart on the bedside table pulsed brighter, warm amber ripples acknowledging his unsaid words. Dalen straightened carefully, not disturbing her, savoring the rare closeness, the quiet need, the gentle ache he felt for her. "Elara," he murmured, almost shyly, "you unsettle the parts of me I never thought would wake." His words lingered like drifting lantern light, a soft stirring. Elara stirred, not fully waking, just shifting as if sensing his thoughts brushing against her. "Dalen," she murmured, half asleep. His heart skipped. Her name fell on the night like a gentle petition, trusting and warm. "I'm here," he whispered. Her body relaxed at his voice, and he leaned back, still holding her hand. She didn't want him to let go, not now after the quiet hours they had spent unraveling the spaces between them. The lantern glowed warmer, guiding them through these fragile new steps.
the meadow dream returned. Elara sank deeper into luminous sleep. The dream meadow found her again, moonlit grass brushing her ankles, fireflies hovering in lazy spirals, a breeze scented with honey, wood smoke, and memory. From the distance, the familiar soft silhouette appeared, not quite a person, not quite light, but something in between. Its hand lifted slowly, inviting her closer. She didn't hesitate. Steps slow, quiet, deliberate, she moved toward it. "Your heart has opened another petal," the figure said, warm as wind. Elara felt the truth deep in her chest. "But I don't know what it means," she whispered. "You don't need to know," it said gently. "You only need to feel." Silver ripples spread across the meadow, soft and luminous. The figure's hand, made of light, touched over her heart. She felt it, a pulse, a bloom, a warm realignment deep within. "What is happening to me?" she breathed. "You are beginning to remember the parts of yourself you thought were lost." She trembled. "And him? Dalen?" The figure paused, the meadow stilled. "He is teaching you how to be seen." A rush of silver petals swirled, and the dream dissolved into gentle darkness. Waking into warmth. Elara woke slowly, inhaling softly. Moonlight and amber lantern glow bathed the room. Her hand remained in Dalen's. She turned toward him. His eyes were half closed, not asleep, watching her with a softness that made her chest fold inward. "Elara," he whispered. A slow smile touched her lips. "Did I wake you?" "I wasn't asleep," he said softly. She shifted, the quilt rustling. "I had the dream again, the meadow, the figure." Dalen's brow furrowed slightly concern, softening into tenderness. "Did it frighten you?" "No," she whispered. It comforted me." Dalen exhaled slowly, gratitude and awe in equal measure. "What did it tell you?" "That you're teaching me how to be seen." His chest tightened. He swallowed, voice rough with sincerity. "Elara, you don't know how deeply that means." She leaned back, eyes warm on his. "Then help me understand," she murmured. Dalen lowered his forehead to the bed's edge, close, careful. "I will teach you anything you wish to learn, anything you are willing to open." Her breath trembled softly. "Then stay with me," she whispered, "through all of it." His eyes met hers, fragile and intense. "I will, for as long as you'll have me." The lantern heart pulsed warmly. For the first time in months, Elara felt her chest open, not fully, not yet, but far enough for the night to settle softly between them. A quiet covenant. She lay back against the pillow, he remained beside her, present, not hovering, not distant. Their fingers brushed and intertwined once more, deliberate and gentle. Dalen's breath shuddered softly in the quiet. "Good night, Elara," he whispered. "Good night," she breathed, voice warm and open. The lantern pulsed, a slow, glowing affirmation of the moment. When sleep reclaimed her, her hand stayed wrapped in his, and Dalen did not let go, not once. Morning arrived at Willow Cottage in small breaths of light, pooling softly along the windowsills. The hush of night lingered, heavy and comforting, reluctant to release its hold. Elara sat half upright in bed, blanket wrapped around her legs, fingers still intertwined with Dalen's. He leaned slightly forward, drawn to her without realizing it, eyes tracing her with quiet reverence. They had spoken softly for hours or perhaps seconds, the strange time warp when hearts begin to recognize each other. Elara inhaled, a warmth spreading through her chest that wasn't quite emotional, not quite magical, something in between, like the ache left after a long, comforting embrace. Dalen brushed his thumb over the back of her hand. Not deliberate, not suggestive, just habit, instinct, something his body had learned while he wasn't paying attention. "Do you ever wonder why the lantern chose me?" Elara's voice came softly, almost a whisper. Dalen paused, then resumed his gentle strokes over her knuckles. "It didn't choose you," he said quietly. "You answered it." Elara blinked. "Answered?" "Yes," he met her gaze. "The lantern calls to everyone, Elara, but only a few hearts hear it. Fewer still respond." She tilted her head. "And my heart, it did?" "I know it did," he said. "You felt lost, tired, but you still answered something calling for warmth. That takes courage most people never find." Courage. The word rose softly on her tongue, warm in her chest. Softness requires it. Opening requires it. Letting someone close requires it. His voice trailed, aware of the weight of the words. Elara turned fully toward him. Her breath barely moved. "And am I letting someone close?" Dalen inhaled sharply. His hand tightened around hers, not possessive, but protective. "Elara, you're letting me close, closer than you know." Her heart fluttered. "And does that frighten you?" He laughed quietly, disbelief and warmth threading through it. "Yes, it terrifies me." Her eyebrows lifted, unprepared for honesty so raw. But he added softly, "It's the kind of fear you don't run from, like stepping into warm water in the dark and discovering you won't drown." She felt something fragile shift inside her. "And me?" she whispered. "Do you think I'm afraid?" Dalen's eyes softened with deep understanding. "I think you're braver than you give yourself credit for, and I think you're learning how to trust your own heart again." Elara looked down, voice small. "What if it breaks again?" His fingers slid under her hand, holding it fully now, warm, steady, grounding. "Then I will stay until it mends, and I will not leave you even in the quietest pieces." Her throat tightened, beautifully, painfully. The lantern heart pulsed once, a wave of warmth across their hands. That dream, the figure, it said I was beginning to remember parts of myself I thought were lost. "And what did it feel like?" he asked gently. Her eyes closed, like someone was touching a part of me I hadn't let anyone near in years. Dalen reached up, fingertips brushing her cheek with the same reverence as before. "Elara, you don't have to open everything at once, not even to yourself. But when you do, even a little, let me be there." Her breath caught. His thumb traced a slow, tender line along her cheekbone. Elara leaned into it, answering without words. Dalen exhaled softly, quietly unraveling. "That's all I need," he whispered. Elara shifted toward him, a gentle leaning, like a flower toward sunlight. Dalen remained still, breath stilled, as their foreheads hovered near, almost touching, soft, searching, wanting, without demanding. "Dalen, am I wrong to feel like something is pulling us together?" she murmured. "No," he answered instantly, low, certain. "You're not wrong." She swallowed. "Then what is it?" Dalen hesitated only long enough to gather honesty. I think your heart is remembering what it feels like to be seen and not harmed. A single tear slid down her cheek. Release, not sadness. Dalen brushed it away, thumb gentle and grounding. Don't hide from me, he whispered. Not in your fear, not in your softness, not in the places you think are broken. I don't know how, she admitted softly. Then let me help, he murmured. She leaned forward slightly, and so did he. Their breaths mingled, foreheads nearly met, lantern lights spilled across their faces, soft, amber, enveloping them. In the fragile stillness, heartbeats sinking, Elara whispered, Dalen, stay close. I'm not going anywhere, he answered immediately. Their foreheads touched in a quiet meeting, not a kiss, but intimate, a joining of warmth, breath, and trust, a moment where something long closed could finally open.
Morning tiptoed into Willow Cottage. Pale gold light slipped between the curtains, brushing the wooden floor like warm breath over sleeping skin. It was the kind of morning that asked nothing, pushed nothing, simply arrived with quiet affection. Elara hovered in that tender space between dreaming and waking, where everything felt softer, truer, closer. Dalen's forehead rested lightly against hers, their breaths mingling across the smallest, warmest distance two people could share without touching more. He hadn't moved since she'd leaned against him. He hadn't dared. Her eyelashes fluttered, sleep hazy eyes opening. The first thing she saw was him, so close she felt the brush of his breath against her lips. Hair slightly mussed, expression softened into a private gentleness, one she suspected he never showed anyone else. "Good morning," she whispered, soft as the light. Dalen inhaled a startled, quiet breath that trembled in his chest. "Elara," his voice was thick, with something unnamed, something fragile he hadn't dared claim. He pulled back just slightly, enough to look at her fully, but not enough to break the warmth between them. "Did you sleep?" she asked. "Yes," he said, shyly, "but only after you did." Her heart tightened, not painfully, not nervously, just full. "You watched over me," she murmured. Dalen didn't deny it. His thumb brushed along her hand, slow, careful, reverent. "You looked peaceful," he said quietly. "I didn't want to miss it." A gentle heat bloomed in her chest, like candlelight melting honey. "Why do you look at me like that?" she whispered. He blinked once, gaze steady, unwavering. "Because," he exhaled slowly, "somewhere between last night and this morning, I realized I'm afraid to lose the way you look back at me." Her breath caught. She hadn't expected such raw honesty, not so soon. "I'm still figuring out who I am right now," she whispered. "I know. And I'm not asking you to be anything. Just stay open. Stay as you are. That's enough." Her fingers tightened around his. "Why?" He leaned in slowly and gently, stopping just before their foreheads met again. "Because you being here," his voice softened, "it feels like someone breathed warmth into a part of me I thought had died years ago." Emotion rose unexpectedly in her throat. "Dalen!" He shook his head slightly, as though afraid she'd apologize for touching him this deeply. "You don't have to answer. Don't force anything. Let it come slowly."
Grateful, relieved, warmed, she nodded. Silence settled over them, the kind that felt like being wrapped in a thick wool blanket fresh from the hearth. A new kind of warmth. When she spoke again, her voice was softer. In my dream last night, the figure said I was remembering myself. Dalen's hand tightened around hers, protective, not possessive. And what did it show you? Elara breathed slowly. I saw myself sitting alone, but not lonely, just waiting for someone who could sit beside me without trying to fix anything. His eyes softened. And did someone come? Yes, she whispered. You did. His breath hitched subtly. Elara. He closed his eyes briefly, letting the realization settle. Then he opened them, slow, steady, warm. Then I'll keep coming, every time, as long as you want me to. Recognition, not hurt, warmed her chest. She leaned against his shoulder, not asking, not apologizing, just answering the moment honestly. Dalen stilled, afraid a wrong movement would break her trust. Slowly, he shifted his arm, guiding it around her with gentleness that felt like a vow. His hand rested lightly on her upper arm, warm, steady, holding with quiet intention. Elara closed her eyes. This feels right, she whispered. It feels right to me too, he murmured, cheek brushing her hair, the faintest touch, the softest closeness. The feeling that doesn't need a name. They stayed like that, wrapped in warmth, in unspoken understanding, for long, peaceful minutes. The cottage didn't move. The lantern didn't pulse. Even morning lingered gently, honoring the moment. Elara opened her eyes slowly. Dalen? Are we? She hesitated. What is this between us? Dalen didn't rush. He breathed in, slow, steady, thoughtful. It's whatever you're ready for, and something you don't have to define yet. Warmth spilled across her chest. But I would be lying, he added, voice low and honest, if I said I didn't feel it too. A tired, hopeful smile touched her lips. I'm glad, she murmured. He leaned down slightly, forehead brushing her hair. This, us, we don't have to hurry, but we also don't have to pretend there isn't something real. She nodded against him. I'm not pretending, she whispered. His fingers slid gently over her arm, slow, soothing, grateful. I know. Silence settled, warm, full, safe. For the first time in a long while, the quiet around her felt like it was filling up instead of closing in. A soft, quiet smile touched her lips. She didn't know the name of this feeling yet, but she didn't need one. For now, it was enough that it was real.
The day drifted gently across the valley, but inside Willow Cottage, time moved differently, softer, slower, as if the walls themselves knew something tender was unfolding and decided not to rush it. Elara stood by the window, palms resting lightly on the wooden sill, watching morning mist lift from the pines like sleepy breath. The world outside felt distant, quiet, untouched, wrapped in a soft silver haze. Behind her, Dalen moved carefully around the cottage. Slow footsteps, faint rustle of fabric, the warm scent of herbs as he put water to heat. Every small sound he made felt comforting, as though her heart had begun rearranging itself to make room for him. She wasn't used to this, someone else moving gently within the rhythm of her space. It didn't feel invasive. It felt steady, wanted. You're quiet this morning, she said softly. He paused, choosing his words carefully. I'm trying not to overwhelm you, he said after a moment.
voice warm, shy, but steady. Elara turned slightly, gaze brushing over him, brown hair falling into his eyes as if trying to soften him. "You won't," she said quietly. "You're allowed to be here. I want you to be." Something in Dalen softened subtly, unmistakably. He set the cup down gently, as though even glass deserved tenderness this morning. "Elara," he whispered, "you don't know what it means to me to hear that." She did, or she was beginning to. She could feel it, the way he looked at her, not claiming anything but grateful to be allowed close. Later, while Dalen prepared a simple meal, warm bread, herbs, something comforting, Elara wandered to the corner of the cottage where the lantern rested, the soft, glowing lantern from her dreams, her visions, her memory. Today, it pulsed faintly, a heartbeat like warmth, responding to the quiet peace inside her chest. Elara crouched beside it, fingers hovering just above the warm glass, close enough to feel the gentle thrum beneath. "You feel different today," she whispered. Behind her, Dalen slowed, stayed near without hovering, quietly protective. The lantern's glow deepened, soft as candlelight, warm as held breath. Alara's eyes softened. "What are you trying to show me?" The light pulsed gently, not urgent, just present. Dalen crouched beside her, shoulders brushing. "You don't have to touch it if you're not ready," he murmured. Elara looked up at him, warm gaze meeting warm gaze. "It doesn't feel dangerous," she said. "No," he whispered, "but things that aren't dangerous can still be overwhelming." Elara considered that, then smiled faintly. "Like you?" Dalen froze. A soft, startled breath left him, eyes widening just enough to reveal how deeply her words reached him. "Elara," his voice was a whisper, barely there. She touched his wrist gently, reassuring. "You're not overwhelming me. It's just more than I expected, more than I knew how to prepare for." Dalen swallowed, a small, visible motion. "Is that a good thing?" he whispered. Elara nodded. "A very good thing." He exhaled slowly, warmth blooming across his face. "Then I'll stay as I am and let you take whatever time you need." Her hand slipped from his wrist to his fingers, a shy, soft touch. This time, he intertwined their hands without hesitation. The lantern pulsed again. Elara felt warmth spill into her palm through the glass, light gathering at the edges of her mind. Not sharp, not painful, but gentle, inviting, like water brushing the shore. She gasped softly. "Elara?" Dalen asked, concern rising instantly. She squeezed his hand. "It's okay. I think it wants to show me something." Dalen's jaw tightened, protective but trusting. "I'm here. I won't let anything hurt you." Elara closed her eyes. The warmth grew into a soft, glowing current, brushing her thoughts. Not urgent, just asking, "Are you ready?" "Yes," she breathed. The vision unfolded like a blossoming flower of light. She saw a cottage like hers, older, warmer, lit by dozens of lanterns glowing like tiny suns. She saw herself, or someone like her, moving through the room with quiet confidence, placing light where shadows lingered. Another figure appeared, unfamiliar but kind, guiding the lanterns as though they were alive. A soft, distant feminine voice whispered, "You carry light in your chest, even when you forget." Elara inhaled sharply. The voice felt like memory, comforting. The vision faded gently, like a dream exhaling into morning. She opened her eyes. Dalen watched, warmth and admiration in his gaze. "Elara," he whispered, "what did you see?" She breathed out slowly, voice trembling softly. "I think I used to do something. Something with these lanterns. Something important." Dalen squeezed her hand. "I believe you," he murmured. Elara looked up, feeling something deep, warm, and unexpectedly brave. "I'm not afraid anymore," she whispered. Dalen brushed his thumb over her knuckles, slow, tender. "You don't have to be," he said softly. "You're not alone." Her breath softened. For the first time, she felt it as truth, not just comfort. She wasn't alone, not with Dalen beside her, not with the lantern's glow remembering her, not with the quiet strength unfolding in her chest.
The afternoon sun drifted lazily across the wooden floor, painting warm streams of gold that moved like honey over the cottage walls. Elara sat curled into a large, wool-draped armchair, her legs tucked beneath her, a soft blanket pooled around her waist like warm water. Dalen sat nearby, not too close, not too far, just close enough that she could feel his presence settling gently into the space around her like a second source of warmth. Neither of them spoke for a long time, not because there was nothing to say, but because the silence between them had grown thick and comfortable, like a shared blanket. Ilara's fingertips traced slowly over the mug of warm herbal tea resting in her hands. She wasn't drinking it, not yet. She was simply holding it for the comfort of the heat. Dalen watched her subtly, not staring, not analyzing, just quietly observing her breathing, her small movements, the tiny flickers of emotion that moved across her face like shadows passing over water. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft, almost sleepy. "Dalen, have you ever lost yourself?" He didn't answer right away. He looked into the fire first, as though remembering an old ache he rarely allowed to surface. "Yes," he said quietly, "in ways I still don't know how to explain." Ilara's gaze softened. "Did you get yourself back?" Slow breath, a small, sad smile. "Pieces," he murmured, slowly, "and some pieces never returned. But I learned to live kindly with the empty spaces." Elara exhaled, a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. She rested her cheek against the back of the armchair, watching him through heavy eyelids. "I think I'm remembering pieces," she whispered, "but each one feels like an old candle, something that used to glow but lost its flame." Dalen leaned forward slightly, not enough to intrude, but enough that the warmth of his presence brushed her like soft wind. "Elara," he said quietly, "eventually candle that's lost its light still remembers how to burn." Her heart tightened, not painfully, but gently, like something inside her was stretching awake. "How do you know?" she whispered. Dalen's gaze lowered for a moment, as though searching inside himself before he answered. "Because I've seen things lose their light, and I've seen them find it again when they're given warmth and patience and someone who doesn't walk away when they falter. She swallowed softly. He was talking about her, not accusingly, not pitying, just understanding. And it felt like the safest thing she'd felt in years. Her fingers tightened gently around the warm mug. "Why are you so patient with me?" she asked. Dalen blinked, once, slowly, as though her question landed somewhere tender in him. "Elara." His voice dropped to a whisper. "I'm not patient because I'm trying to earn anything from you. I'm patient because I care." The words settled into the room like falling snow, soft, quiet, deep. Elara felt them reach her bones. "You care," she repeated, as though tasting the words. "Yes." Dalen's voice never wavered. "I care in a way that feels steady, slow, and honest." Elara's breath trembled, a soft, delicate tremor that made her press one hand against her chest. "And that doesn't scare you?" she whispered. Dalen shook his head. "What scares me," he said softly, "is the thought of you struggling alone when you don't have to." She closed her eyes just for a moment, letting his words warm the places inside her that still felt cold. When she opened them again, Dalen was watching her gently, as though he was memorizing her expression so he could keep it safe. Elara placed her mug down on the little table beside her. Slowly, hesitantly, she extended a hand towards him, not asking for anything, just offering. Dalen inhaled, a quiet, startled breath, and his fingers closed around hers with the softest, warmest care. His thumb brushed over her knuckles in a slow, soothing motion that made her exhale like she'd finally let go of something heavy. "We don't have to rush," he whispered. "Not any part of this. Just stay close. That's enough." Elara leaned her head against the side of the chair again, but this time she turned her hand in his so their palms aligned perfectly. "Dalen," she murmured, "you're starting to feel like warmth I didn't know I missed." Dalen closed his eyes for a moment, as though steadying the emotion her words lit inside him. "Elara," he said quietly, "you have no idea how much that means." They stayed like that, hands intertwined, the cottage quiet, the fire crackling softly, for a long, peaceful stretch of time. No tension, no fear, just two people sitting in the same pocket of warmth as the afternoon softened into evening. The lantern in the corner glowed subtly, not drawing attention, not demanding anything, just quietly responding to the connection deepening in the room. Elara noticed it through half-lidded eyes. "It's glowing more," she murmured. Dalen nodded. He said, "It responds to you, to your calm, to your honesty, to your connection with it." Elara smiled faintly. "But maybe," she whispered, glancing at him, "it responds to the warmth in the room." A small, warm flush rose at the edges of Dalen's face. "Elara," he murmured, voice rougher than before, "you can't say things like that and expect me to stay composed." Her smile grew, soft, sleepy, shy, but brave. "I don't want you composed," she whispered.
I just want you here. Dalen squeezed her hand gently, not claiming her, but grounding her. I'm here, he said softly, for as long as you let me be. Elara closed her eyes, and for the first time in years, she felt like she could safely fall asleep in the presence of someone else. Safe, held, warm. Not because he asked for her trust, but because she earned it with every quiet, gentle moment.
Evening drifted into the valley, not as a sudden darkness, but as a warm, dusky hush that gently folded itself around Willow Cottage. The sky outside glowed in muted lavender and pale rose gold, the last quiet sighs of a day slipping peacefully into night. Elara sat near the fire now, legs tucked beneath her, a soft blanket draped over her shoulders like a warm embrace. The tea she'd been too emotional to drink earlier was replaced by a fresh cup, warm, fragrant, calming, placed gently into her hands by Dalen. He didn't speak while offering it. He didn't need to. His presence felt like a steady lantern beneath a long, starless sky, quiet, reliable, glowing without asking anything in return. Elara wrapped her fingers around the warm ceramic and breathed in the steam. "Thank you," she murmured. Dalen settled beside her, not touching, but close enough that their shoulders could feel the faint promise of each other's warmth. His voice was soft, almost a whisper. "You looked like you needed something gentle." Elara smiled, faintly, "But I always seem to need gentle things when you're around." Dalen's breath caught, a small, quiet sound that betrayed more emotion than his steady expression did. He looked at her, not startled, but shaken in the softest way. Elara. Her name lingered in the air like a confession, but she didn't push him to finish it. She didn't need him to. The fire crackled lightly, scattering soft shadows across the cottage walls. The lantern in the corner burned with a slow, steady glow, warmer than before, as though responding to the softness unfolding between them. Elara sipped her tea, a small, careful sip, and exhaled slowly. "I don't usually let people close," she said quietly. "It's always felt easier to hold the world at a distance." Dalen listened, gave her silence that wasn't empty, but safe. "Distance can protect," he said gently, "and it can also isolate." She nodded. "I know, but with you, the distance feels different. It feels like something I don't have to fight." Dalen shifted slightly, just enough for his knee to brush hers, a soft, intentional contact. "Elara," he murmured, "I don't want to be someone you have to fight yourself over." Her heart warmed, subtly, sweetly, like a lantern wick catching flame. "You're not," she whispered. "You're someone I want to understand." Dalen closed his eyes briefly, the kind of gesture someone makes when trying to steady emotions that run deeper than they realized. "I want to understand you, too," he murmured. Night deepened slowly around Willow Cottage, the kind of soft, velvety night that holds its breath,
as though afraid to disturb the quiet unfolding inside. The fire had settled into glowing coals, breathing gentle light into the room. Elara still rested against Dalen, her head on his shoulder, their fingers loosely intertwined, the warmth between their palms steady and unhurried. Neither of them moved, neither wanted to. It was the kind of moment that asked nothing except to be experienced gently and without haste. The lantern in the corner glowed with a soft amber pulse, deep, warm, responsive, as though it recognized what was happening between them and approved. Alara's breath came slow, deepening in the way people breathe when they feel safe, really safe. Slowly, she lifted her head, her cheek brushing lightly against the fabric of Dalen's shirt. He inhaled, a small, involuntary breath, barely noticeable unless one was close enough to feel it. She was. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Dalen, does this feel strange to you?" He turned his head slightly, just enough that they were face to face in the warm, flickering half-light. "No," he murmured. "It feels unexpected, but not strange." Elara studied him, the calm in his gaze, the softness around his mouth, the way he never reached for her without letting her move first. She shifted slightly, leaning back so she could look at him fully. "Was there someone in your life before? Someone you were close to?" she asked softly. Dalen blinked, caught off guard. He didn't tense, but his expression dipped into something quieter, something thoughtful. He said, "There were people, but no one close in the way you mean." Elara tilted her head. "Why not?" His jaw flexed subtly, not from anger, but from honesty gathering behind his ribs. "I think," he said slowly, "I spent so much of my life trying to protect others that I never learned how to let anyone close enough to protect me." Alara's breath softened. "That sounds lonely." Dalen didn't answer immediately, but when he did, his voice was low. It was. She reached for his hand again, not for comfort, but for connection. And this time, he laced their fingers with quiet certainty. "Elara," he said gently, "you're the first person who's ever looked at me without expecting something in return." She felt something warm spread through her chest, slow, sweet, almost aching. "What do you think I expect?" she asked. He shook his head. "Not answers, not strength, not promises, just presence." Elara held his gaze. "And is that so unusual?" His smile was small, sad and tender at the same time. "More than you know." Elara leaned her head against the back of the chair, watching the soft firelight dance across Dalen's profile. "I'm not doing anything special," she whispered. "You're being yourself, and that's more special than you realize." Her heart gave a small, unexpected flutter. Dalen noticed. He didn't comment. He simply softened, the way someone does when they want to show they're safe to feel around. Elara tucked her legs up again beneath the blanket, shifting closer. "Dalen," she said quietly, "when I look at the lantern, I feel like it's waiting for me to remember something." "It is," he said. "Do you know what?" Dalen shook his head slowly. "No, but I know it will only reveal it when you're ready, not before. Elara glanced at him. Do you really believe that? He nodded once with quiet certainty. Everything around you, the visions, the lantern, the dreams, they all respond to your emotional state. The calmer you become, the more you allow warmth in, the more your memories return. She exhaled softly. And you think I'm calmer now? Dalen's smile curved in a faint, honest smile. Yes, he said softly, you're calmer with me than you were with yourself alone. Her cheeks warmed, not burning, just a gentle heat. I don't want to rely on you, she whispered, almost guilty. He shook his head immediately. You don't rely on me, he murmured. You allow me in. That's different. Her chest tightened. He always said the right thing. Not perfect things, not overly romantic things, but true things. Gentle truths that settled like warm blankets around her ribs. She shifted again, closer than before, her knee brushing his. Dalen's breath slowed. Just a fraction. Dalen! Her name came out like a soft breath of wonder. She looked at him, eyes warm, sleepy, honest. I feel different around you, she confessed. Dalen swallowed. How different? She hesitated, searching for the right words. Like, she exhaled, like I've stepped into a softer version of the world. Dalen's expression wavered, just slightly, before settling into something deep and unbearably gentle. Elara, he whispered, you're making it very hard not to stay close to you. Her breath hitched, a quiet, involuntary sound. She reached up slowly, tentatively, and brushed her fingers against his jaw. Only a feather-light touch, but it made Dalen go completely still. Dalen? His voice broke, softly. Her fingers lingered, briefly, before she pulled them back. Does that make you uncomfortable? She asked quietly. No, he breathed. It makes me feel something. I'm trying very hard to be gentle with. What kind of something? He looked at her, really looked at her, eyes warm, sleepy, honest. The kind that grows, slowly, deeply, and only if you want it to. Her heart softened. I do, she murmured. Dalen exhaled, a long, trembling breath that sounded almost like relief. Dalen! His voice was warm, unsteady in the sweetest way. I don't want to move too fast, she whispered. You aren't. Then what should I do? He asked softly. Elara leaned into him, slow, intentional, resting her forehead lightly against his shoulder. Stay close, she breathed. Just stay. His arms shifted gently, carefully, as though he were afraid of breaking the moment. And then, for the first time, he wrapped one arm around her back. Warm, steady, protective. Elara melted into him, her breath easing, her body relaxing completely against his. Dalen lowered his head slightly, his cheek brushing her hair with a tenderness that felt like a vow. I'm here, he whispered, as long as you want me. Outside, the moon rose quietly, silver, soft, gentle as a sigh. Inside, the night wrapped around them with a warmth that felt like the beginning of something deep and beautifully slow, something that didn't need a name, not yet, to be real.
The moon had risen fully now, casting a soft silver glow across the wooden floor of Willow Cottage. It was the kind of moonlight that didn't intrude, it simply rested on everything, like a cool hand on a warm forehead. The fire had dimmed into deep orange coals, glowing beneath the grate like a quiet heartbeat. And there, in the gentle hush of midnight, Elara and Dalen remained exactly as they were, close and comfortably intertwined. Elara rested against him, her cheek against his shoulder, her hand resting over his chest. She could feel the steady rhythm of his breathing, slow, patient, warm. Dalen didn't move, except to breathe her in with quiet reverence. His voice came softly, almost cautious. "Elara, can I ask you something?" She hummed in response, slow and sleepy. "You said earlier that you feel different around me." His fingers brushed lightly over the blanket near her arm, not touching her skin, but close. "Is it a comfortable kind of different, or a confusing one?" Elara didn't answer immediately. She lifted her head slightly, letting her eyes adjust to the silver glow around them. "It's comfortable," she murmured. "Very comfortable. Just unexpected." A small smile touched Dalen's lips. "I can live with unexpected," he said softly. She tucked herself closer into him, pulling the blanket around her shoulders like a soft cocoon. For a while, neither spoke. The cottage creaked gently, old wood settling, the chimney humming faintly, the wind brushing its fingertips against the window panes. Nothing loud, nothing frightening, just the kind of sounds that belong to a safe place late at night. Elara's gaze drifted toward the glowing lantern in the corner. Soft amber light pulsed gently from within, like a slow, deep breath. She whispered, "Dalen, does the lantern react to emotions?" He turned his head slightly, his chin brushing the top of her hair. "In a way," he murmured, "it senses memories, longing, change. It feels like it's waiting." She whispered, "It is. For me?" Dalen nodded once. "Elara, everything in this cottage is tied to you. It's not just a home, it's a reflection." She drew a small breath. "Of what?" "Your inner world," he said softly. "Your fears, your strength, your heart." Her pulse fluttered. "And you?" She voice was barely audible. "Where do you fit in this?" Dalen shifted slightly, not pulling away, but adjusting so he could see her face more clearly. "Elara," he said gently, "I'm not part of your memories." He paused. "But I'm part of your present, and if you want me to be, I can be part of your healing too." Her breath caught, and the lantern warmed, glowed brighter, as though responding to the truth hanging in the air. Elara reached out her hand slowly, fingers brushing the warm glow that extended from it, like invisible heat. The lantern brightened further. "It's reacting," she whispered. "Yes," Dalen murmured. "To you, to what you're feeling." She turned her head toward him. "And what am I feeling?" Dalen didn't hesitate.
connection. The words settled into her like a warm blanket. "Yes," she whispered. "That's exactly it." She sank deeper into the cushions beside him, letting her body soften into the comfort of the moment. "Dalen," her voice was shy, barely a breath. "Yes," he replied just as softly. "When I'm near you, my thoughts quiet down. The noise, the fear, it fades." He closed his eyes briefly, as though absorbing her words into the deepest part of himself. "Elara, I've waited years to hear someone say something like that to me." She blinked. "Why?" "Because all my life," he said quietly, "I've been the shield, the protector, the one who stands between danger and everyone else. No one ever chose to be near me for peace, or calm, or comfort." Elara reached up, ever so gently, and touched his cheek, her fingers warm, tender, uncertain but brave. "You feel safe to me," she said softly, "not because you protect me, but because you let me breathe." Something in Dalen's expression broke open, quietly, beautifully, like soft earth after rain. "Elara," his voice trembled in a way she hadn't heard before. "You have no idea what that means to me." She leaned her forehead against his, only a whisper of contact, but enough to make both their breaths slow. "I think I do," she murmured, and the lantern behind them glowed brighter, warmer, its light spreading across the room like an embrace. They stayed like that, foreheads touching, breaths steady, hearts quiet, for long, long minutes. No urgency, no tension, just warmth. Dalen spoke first, soft, hesitant. "Elara, if this is too much, tell me to stop." She shook her head slowly. "It's not too much," she whispered. "It's gentle, and right now, gentle is exactly what I need." He exhaled, a deep, shaky breath that carried something like relief. "Then I'll stay gentle," he murmured, "for as long as you want." She closed her eyes, letting her nose brush his. "Stay," she breathed. "Please." His hands, always careful, settled around her in a loose, protective hold. "I'm here," he whispered, "and I'm not going anywhere." Outside, moonlight draped the cottage in silver lace. Inside, Elara and Dalen rested in a quiet closeness that didn't need a name, just time and softness and breath. And somewhere deep in the warm glow of the lantern, a memory stirred, waiting for the moment Elara would be ready to remember. The night deepened even further, settling into that quiet, velvety hour when the world feels wrapped in a thick, comforting blanket. The moon had shifted, its light spilling in through the window in gentle ribbons that lay across the wooden floor like silver silk. Elara and Dalen remained close, not holding each other tightly, just enough to feel the warm presence of another heartbeat near their own. It was a moment made of stillness and breath, the kind that feels fragile and sacred and impossibly tender. Alara's eyes drifted half-closed. She was not entirely awake, not fully asleep, just floating in that dreamy liminal space where thoughts soften into sensations. Dalen brushed his thumb along the back of her hand, slow, careful, warm. "Are you sleepy?" he murmured. "A little," she whispered. "But I feel something." Dalen straightened slightly. "Something uncomfortable?" She shook her head. "No, more like a memory, trying to come through." His expression grew gentle, concern softening his features. "Does it hurt?" he asked. "No," she said quietly. "It feels warm and familiar, but I can't quite reach it." Dalen's gaze drifted toward the lantern. It glowed brighter, a deep, gentle gold, its light flickering like a heartbeat. "Elara," he murmured, "the lantern has been responding to every shift in your emotions. If you're close to remembering something, it may show you." Elara drew a slow breath, sitting up just enough to face the warm, pulsing light. The cottage suddenly felt even quieter, the air thickening with anticipation. "Will you stay with me?" she whispered. Dalen's answer was immediate and unwavering. "Always." She reached out her hand, fingers trembling softly, not from fear, but from the intensity of what she felt rising inside her. As her fingertips brushed the lantern's warm glow, a soft hum filled the cottage, barely audible, barely real, like distant music trying to find its way home. The light pulsed, once, twice, then wrapped gently around Alara's hand like warm mist. Her eyes fluttered. "I see something," she murmured. Dalen leaned closer, his voice a whisper. "What do you see?" "I'm in a forest, but not this one. It's older, deeper, full of soft lights like floating lanterns, hundreds of them." Her voice grew softer, entranced. "And I'm not alone." Dalen's breath paused. "Who's with you?" Alara's brow creased, not in pain, but in concentration. "I can't see their face, but I feel calm, safe, like they were someone important." Dalen's hand tightened slightly around hers, a reflex he couldn't hide. "Someone you trusted?" he asked. "Yes," she whispered. "Completely." Her breath hitched. "And I feel love, or something close to it." The lantern flared with a sudden warmth, not shocking, Not dangerous, just a deep emotional glow that washed over her senses. Elara gasped softly. Dalen's voice grew quieter, as though he feared breaking the delicate thread of memory. Elara, do you think this person is connected to why you came here? She nodded slowly. I think I was searching for them. Her voice trembled. But I don't know why I can't remember their face. Dalen swallowed hard, so quietly she almost didn't notice. The kind of swallow that holds back something he doesn't want to say, something that hurt him. Elara turned her head, her gaze soft but steady. Dalen, what is it? He hesitated, longer than usual. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady but too gentle, as though he was protecting himself from the words. Elara, if you loved someone before, if they were important to you, you deserve to remember them. Her breath softened. And if I do remember them, what does that mean for us? Dalen closed his eyes briefly, pain and acceptance woven together. It means, he said, that your truth matters more than my feelings. Her chest tightened. Dalen, he shook his head softly before she could continue. Elara, I care about you, more than I expected to, more than I should. He looked at her with eyes so vulnerable they made her breath catch. But your memories, they're part of who you are, and whoever that person was, they mattered to you. I won't take that from you. She lifted a trembling hand, cupping his cheek gently. Dalen, she whispered, you're not taking anything from me. You're giving me space to breathe. He leaned into her touch, just barely, as though afraid the moment might disappear. Elara, his voice cracked softly, just promise me you won't push yourself to remember everything at once. Memories that powerful, they don't come gently. Her thumb brushed his cheek. Then stay close, she whispered. Stay with me while they come back. The lantern glowed again, a warm, supportive pulse. Dalen closed his eyes, exhaling a breath that trembled with relief. I will, he murmured, for as long as you want. Elara leaned forward until her forehead kissed his, soft, warm, trusting. I want you, she whispered, in the present, not the forgotten past. His breath caught, a quiet, aching sound. Elara, she rested her hand against his heart. Stay with me, she whispered again. Just like this. His arms came around her slowly, gently, pulling her into a warm and steady embrace. I'm here, he said softly, and I'm not letting go. Outside, the moon climbed higher. Inside, Elara's memory flickered, warm, waiting, and willing to be found. But for now, the only thing that mattered was the warmth of Dalen's arms and the lantern's soft heartbeat glowing beside them.
The night deepened even further, settling into that quiet, velvety hour when the world feels wrapped in a thick, comforting blanket. The moon had shifted, its light spilling in through the window in gentle ribbons that lay across the wooden floor like silver silk. Elara and Dalen remained close, not holding each other tightly, just enough to feel the warm presence of another heartbeat near their own. It was a moment made of stillness and breath, the kind that feels fragile and sacred and impossibly tender. Elara's eyes drifted half-closed. She was not entirely awake, not fully asleep, just floating in that dreamy, liminal space where thoughts soften into sensations. Dalen brushed his thumb along the back of her hand. Slow, careful, warm. "Are you sleepy?" he murmured. "A little," she whispered. "But I feel something." Dalen straightened slightly. "Something uncomfortable?" She shook her head. "No. More like a memory, trying to come through." His expression grew gentle, concern softening his features. "Does it hurt?" he asked. "No," she said quietly. "It feels warm and familiar, but I can't quite reach it." Dalen's gaze drifted toward the lantern. It glowed brighter, a deep, gentle gold, its light flickering like a heartbeat. "Elara," he murmured. "The lantern has been responding to every shift in your emotions. If you're close to remembering something, it may show you." Elara drew a slow breath, sitting up just enough to face the warm, pulsing light. The cottage suddenly felt even more quiet, the air thickening with anticipation. "Will you stay with me?" she whispered. Dalen's answer was immediate and unwavering. "Always." She reached out her hand, fingers trembling softly, not from fear, but from the intensity of what she felt rising inside her. As her fingertips brushed the lantern's warm glow, a soft hum filled the cottage, barely audible, barely real, like distant music trying to find its way home. The light pulsed, once, twice, then wrapped gently around Elara's hand like warm mist. Her eyes fluttered. "I see something," she murmured. Dalen leaned closer, his voice a whisper. "What do you see?" "I'm in a forest. But not this one. It's older, deeper, full of soft lights, like floating lanterns. Hundreds of them." Her voice grew softer, entranced. "And I'm not alone." Dalen's breath paused. "Who's with you?" Elara's brow creased, not in pain, but in concentration. "I can't see their face, but I feel calm, safe, like they were someone important." Dalen's hand tightened slightly around hers, a reflex he couldn't hide. "Someone you trusted?" "Yes," she whispered, completely. Her breath hitched, "And I feel love, or something close to it." The lantern flared with a sudden warmth, not shocking, not dangerous, just a deep
emotional glow that washed over her senses. Elara gasped softly. Dalen's voice grew quieter, as though he feared breaking the delicate thread of memory. Elara, do you think this person is connected to why you came here? She nodded slowly. I think I was searching for them. Her voice trembled. But I don't know why I can't remember their face. Dalen swallowed hard, so quietly she almost didn't notice. The kind of swallow that holds back something he doesn't want to say. Something that hurt him. Elara turned her head, her gaze soft but steady. Dalen, what is it? He hesitated, longer than usual. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady but too gentle, as though he was protecting himself from the words. Elara, if you loved someone before, if they were important to you, you deserve to remember them. Her breath softened. And if I do remember? She asked quietly. What does that mean for us? He closed his eyes briefly, pain and acceptance woven together. It means your truth matters more than my feelings. Her chest tightened. Dalen, he shook his head softly before she could continue. Elara, I care about you. More than I expected to, more than I should. He looked at her with eyes so vulnerable that they made her breath catch. But your memories, they're part of who you are. And whoever that person was, they mattered to you. I won't take that from you. She lifted a trembling hand, cupping his cheek gently. Dalen, she whispered, you're not taking anything from me. You're giving me space to breathe. He leaned into her touch, just barely, as though afraid the moment might disappear. Elara. His voice cracked softly. Just promise me you won't push yourself to remember everything at once. Memories that powerful, they don't come gently. Her thumb brushed his cheek. Then stay close, she whispered. Stay with me while they come back. The lantern glowed again, a warm, supportive pulse. Dalen closed his eyes, exhaling a breath that trembled with relief. I will, he murmured, for as long as you want. Elara leaned forward until her forehead kissed his. Soft, warm, trusting. I want you, she whispered, in the present, not the forgotten past. His breath caught, a quiet, aching sound. Elara. She rested her hand against his heart. She whispered again, stay with me, just like this. His arms came around her slowly, gently, pulling her into a warm, steady embrace. I'm here, he said softly, and I'm not letting go. Outside, the moon climbed higher. Inside, Elara's memory flickered, warm, waiting, and willing to be found. But for now, the only thing that mattered was the warmth of Dalen's arms and the lantern's soft heartbeat glowing beside them.
The night had settled into that deepest, most secret hour, when even the wind seemed to move more softly, as though afraid to disturb the quiet unfolding inside Willow Cottage. The lantern's warm glow filled the room like honey, casting slow golden ripples across the wooden walls. Elara rested in Dalen's arms, not tense, not unsure, simply present, soft, comfortably held, wrapped in the warmth of another heartbeat. Her breath rose and fell in slow, steady rhythms, like waves against a gentle shore. Dalen kept his arms around her, loosely, lovingly, letting her decide the closeness between them. Every now and then, he brushed his fingertips along her back, barely a touch, just enough to say, "I'm here. I'm real. You're safe." Elara's voice was quiet against the fabric of his shirt. "Dalen, when I touched the lantern, I felt something else, not just a memory." He angled his head down toward her. "What else did you feel?" She hesitated, the words delicate on her tongue. "It felt like someone was waiting for me in that memory," she whispered. "Not calling me, not pulling, just waiting, quietly, as if they knew I'd come back someday." Dalen's fingers paused for a heartbeat before continuing their gentle motion. "That sounds like someone who cared for you," he murmured. Elara nodded. "It didn't feel painful," she said softly. "It felt like warm, like walking into a room where someone had already lit a lantern for you." Dalen exhaled slowly, a warm breath against her hair. "Elara," he whispered, "memories that feel like warmth often belong to people who touched your heart in a gentle way." Her fingers curled slightly into his shirt. "Are you worried?" she asked. He paused, just long enough for her to feel the weight of his honesty. "Yes," he admitted quietly, "but not in the way you think." She lifted her head, meeting his gaze. "Then how?" He brushed a stray strand of hair from her cheek, with a softness that made her breath hitch. "I'm not afraid you'll remember someone else," he said gently. "I'm afraid you'll blame yourself for forgetting them." Her lips parted, not in shock, but in tenderness. "Dalen." He lowered his forehead to hers, their breaths mingling, warm and close. "You don't owe anyone a perfect memory," he whispered. "You're allowed to have forgotten. You're allowed to rediscover yourself without guilt." A small, trembling warmth spread through her chest. "You make things feel less frightening," she said softly. "And you," Dalen murmured, "make things feel less lonely." The memory that tried again. The lantern pulsed with a deeper glow, rich, golden, like sunlight trapped in glass. Elara felt the same warmth brush against her mind. Soft, inviting, not demanding, just there, waiting. She breathed in slowly. "It's happening again," she whispered. "Let it come," Dalen murmured. "Don't force it. Just watch it unfold." Elara closed her eyes. The room faded. The scent of wood smoke, the warm pressure of Dalen's arms, the soft moonlight, all dimming as something ancient and gentle rose behind her thoughts. "I see the forest again," she breathed, "but clearer, brighter." Dalen held her hand. "What else?" "There's a path," she whispered. "A long, winding path, lined with lanterns. And at the end, there's a cottage." Her breath trembled. "Not this one. Another, older, wrapped in vines and white blooming flowers." Her voice softened even further. "And there's music, soft, like a lullaby." Dalen stroked her hair. "Do you hear words?" "No, not words, just feeling." "What feeling, Elara?" She swallowed. "Home." The lantern's glow deepened, as though agreeing. Dalen's expression softened into something heartbreakingly gentle. "Elara, that cottage, do you think it's from your past?" "Yes," she whispered. "I think it was where I lived, where everything started." "And the person?" Dalen asked softly. "The one you felt beside you, are they there too?" Her throat tightened. "Yes." "They're standing in the doorway, but their face is still blurry." "Are they watching you?" Dalen asked softly. "Yes, but not with sadness. They look proud, like they knew I'd find the path again." Dalen squeezed her hand lightly. "Elara," he murmured, "you're remembering pieces of who you were. Not all at once, just enough to guide you." Her eyes fluttered open, still shimmering with the memory's warmth. She looked at him, really looked at him. "Dalen, I don't want to lose what's here just because I remember what was there." His breath paused. Then he cupped her face with a tenderness so soft that it felt like a confession. "You won't lose anything," he whispered, "because memories don't erase the present, they deepen it." Her chest ached in the sweetest way. "Dalen." He touched his forehead to hers again, a slow, intimate gesture that made the world quiet around them. "Elara," he whispered, "you don't need to choose between who you were and who you are becoming." His thumb brushed her cheek. "I'll walk with you through both." Elara leaned into him, letting her weight rest in the safety of his warmth. For a long moment there was no sound but their breathing, soft, gentle, intertwined,
and the lantern glowed steadily beside them, its warmth deep and knowing, because memories were beginning to wake up, and so was Elara.
The evening gathered itself slowly, like a shawl drawn over the valley, soft and deep and filled with quiet colors. By the time Laura stepped outside, the sky had already become a calm ocean of blue, the moon rising like a pearl behind the thin veil of drifting cloud. She wrapped her cloak around her shoulders, not because she was cold, but because the night felt tender, and something inside her wanted to move gently through it. Dalen walked beside her, keeping a respectful distance. He had learned her rhythms so well, when she needed closeness and when she needed quiet space around her, like a soft halo of breath. Tonight she needed the quiet, not loneliness, just stillness. The kind of stillness that helps a heart rearrange itself. They made their way down the narrow path that curved between the willow trees, the lantern heart tucked safely in Elara's hands. It glowed softly within its wooden box, its light warmer now, richer, as though it had learned to breathe with her. The crickets hummed. The air smelled faintly of lavender and distant rain. And somewhere far off, a night bird called once and settled into silence. "Are you sure you want to go alone?" Dalen asked gently. Elara nodded, turning her face toward him with a small, grateful smile. "I won't be far, and you'll still feel the light if anything happens. Remember what Lyria said. The lantern recognizes the one who carries it." Dalen exhaled softly, accepting. "Then I'll wait right here." Elara stepped forward onto the small wooden bridge that crossed the creek. The sound of water murmured beneath her, a slow, steady whisper that always soothed her nerves no matter what storms churned inside her. She walked until she reached the center of the bridge. There she stopped, held the lantern heart close, and simply breathed. The moon broke free of the clouds then, washing her in a glow so pale and gentle that it made the world feel like a dream. Elara opened the lid of the box. The lantern heart brightened at once, not blinding, not sudden, but blooming, like a warm blossom opening under moonlight. Its gentle pulse traveled through her hands, up her arms, into her chest, spreading peace with every breath. Tonight, however, something was different. The light flickered, not weakly, not dangerously, but intentionally, as though it were signaling, calling her attention. Elara frowned slightly, her brows knitting in curiosity. "What is it?" she whispered, and in response,
A new warmth unfurled beneath her fingers. Richer, stronger, like a memory waking from deep sleep. The lantern heart showed her something. Not a vision exactly. She didn't see images. There were no clear shapes, no places, no people. But she felt something shift deep within the quiet of her mind. A sensation like a door, hidden, long untouched, waiting, and behind it, not darkness, but softness she had forgotten entirely. A part of her that once believed she was allowed to rest without earning it. A part that once loved freely without fearing loss. A part that trusted the world without rehearsing every possible sorrow. A younger Elara. A gentler one. She raised a trembling hand to her chest, feeling her heartbeat echo the lantern's glow. The light pulsed again, steady, warm, and she understood. This wasn't a warning, nor a danger, nor a call to action. It was an invitation, a whisper saying, "Come back to yourself." The bridge creaked softly beneath her feet, the night folding around her in a warm velvet hush. Elara closed her eyes. She let the warmth spread. She let her breath slow. She let her heart loosen its careful guard. "I forgot," she whispered to the night. "I forgot what it was like to feel whole." The lantern heart glowed brighter in response, as if telling her, "You are remembering now." She didn't cry, not this time.
The cottage welcomed Elara and Dalen with the gentle warmth of a hearth that had been waiting all evening. Lantern light glowed from the walls, soft and golden, painting everything: chairs, blankets, shelves, even the dust in the air with a tender, sleepy shimmer. Elara stepped inside first. She felt different in the doorway, as though the night had placed something new in her hands, some quiet truth. She wasn't ready to speak, but was finally ready to hold. Dalen closed the door behind them with a slow, steady motion, the wooden latch clicking softly. The cottage seemed to sigh. "Laria," Elara called gently. No answer. The old healer must have gone to rest in her nearby hut, trusting the two of them to sit with the lantern heart and the hush of the evening. Elara set the glowing box on the round oak table. Its golden light spilled across the room, warming the air like a cup of tea gently steaming in the quiet. Galen watched her for a moment before he spoke.
The night air shifted. Elara felt it first, a faint tremor in the quiet, soft as a breath held too long, cold as moonlight on bare stone. She stood in the small room beneath the loft's slanted ceiling, the lantern heart glowing warm and golden on its bracket. Dalen was a step behind her, watching her face, his posture poised but gentle, as though he sensed the same unease, but didn't want to startle her with it. "Elara," he murmured. She didn't answer immediately. The change was subtle. Not sound, not sight, not even a smell. Just a wrongness in the air. A quiet stretched too thin. The cottage, which usually hummed with soft magic, the breath of herbs, the warmth of wood, the heartbeat of old lantern light, felt suddenly still. Too still. Like something in the world had paused and forgotten how to start again. Elara wrapped her arms around herself, the wool of her sleeves brushing her skin like a warning. Dalen stepped closer. "What do you feel?" She swallowed. A silence. Dalen's brow furrowed. "Silence happens all the time." "No," Elara whispered. "Not this kind. This one feels intentional." A wind stirred outside, but it didn't howl or whistle or shift the leaves. It moved like a shadow brushing the earth. And then the lantern heart flickered, just once, but sharply. Dalen reacted instantly, stepping in front of her. His voice dropped. "Elara, something is here." She knew. Her pulse thudded softly, but she did not panic. She only watched as the lantern heart's glow turned strange, no longer bright gold, but a deeper, older hue, a warning color, as though something ancient had brushed against its light. Footsteps sounded below, heavy, slow, measured. Not Lyria's, not anyone from the valley. A chill crept up Elara's spine. "Elara," she whispered. "I know." They descended the stairs together, Dalen one step ahead, his hand outstretched slightly, as if ready to shield her from whatever waited below. The cottage's main room was dim, lanterns flickering, shadows stretching long across the floor as if reaching toward them. And in the center of the room, standing by the hearth, was a figure. Tall, ragged, wrapped in layers of dark, weather-worn cloth, like a pilgrim who had walked through storms that did not belong to this world. Their face was hooded, hidden, but the air around them twisted softly inward, as though light itself leaned away. Dalen tensed. Elara couldn't breathe. The figure spoke in a low, frayed whisper. "Keeper." Elara froze. The word wasn't spoken to Dalen. The hooded figure lifted their head slightly toward her. "You," the voice rasped. "The lantern calls you." Elara swallowed hard. "Who are you?" The figure stepped closer, not threatening, not rushing, but the slow inevitability of a tide coming home. The fire dimmed. The lantern shrank. Even Dalen's breath sounded quieter. Once, the stranger murmured, I held the lantern heart before its light abandoned me. Dalen stepped forward, voice sharp. Elara is the keeper now. You will not approach her. The hooded figure tilted her head, slowly, almost curiously. You protect her. Good. She will need it. Elara found her voice, though it trembled. What do you want? Silence. Then, to reclaim what I lost. The lantern heart, still upstairs, glowed suddenly bright enough that its light spilled down the staircase, gold and trembling. The stranger turned toward the glow, and for the briefest heartbeat, their hood fell back just enough for Elara to see their eyes, not human anymore, shadowed, fractured, filled with a sorrow so deep it felt bottomless. Elara felt her breath catch in her lungs. The figure whispered, I am the keeper who came before, and I have returned for the light that should have never left me. The wind outside moaned, the shadows lengthened, and the lantern heart, upstairs, shining desperately, began to pulse, as though calling to Elara's hand, as though begging her to choose.
The cottage held its breath. The hooded figure stood in the center of the hearthlight, their shadow stretching long across the wooden floorboards, reaching toward the staircase where the lantern heart pulsed in warning. Dalen moved subtly, placing himself between the stranger and Elara, his stance protective but controlled, like a man holding back a storm with nothing but willpower. Elara exhaled slowly, her breath trembling as though the very air resisted leaving her lungs. You said you were a keeper. How long ago? The hooded figure lifted their head, just enough for moonlight to catch a sliver of their face, pale, drawn, hollowed by something older than time. A lifetime, they said. Elara frowned. That doesn't answer. Not your lifetime, the figure interrupted softly. Not Dalen's. Not even Lyria's? The name made Elara's heart tighten. How do you know Lyria? The hooded figure's shoulders shifted, the faintest hint of a sad, broken laugh. I knew her when she still carried hope like a candle cupped in her hands. Dalen stiffened. You will not speak her name again. The air bent subtly around the hooded figure as they turned toward him, the shadows at their feet tightening like dark threads pulled taut. You defend her well, they said quietly, but you defend what you do not understand. Dalen didn't flinch. He held his ground, jaw tight, eyes unblinking. Elara stepped forward despite the fear pressing against her ribs. "What happened to you? What turned you into this?" The stranger turned toward her again, the movement slow, deliberate, as if they feared sudden motion might shatter them. "Elara," they whispered. Her name shouldn't have sounded familiar from their lips, but somehow it did. "Elara, child of no one and everyone, don't you feel it? The lantern called you, not because you were chosen, but because I was broken." Alara's breath caught. The lantern heart upstairs flashed again, a deep, golden thrum spreading across the ceiling like the heartbeat of the cottage itself. The stranger's voice softened, breaking slightly at the edges. "I was keeper when the valley was young, when the magic was still tender and bright, when Lyria walked the earth as more than a healer. She was—" They stopped. Their hand trembled beneath the sleeve. "She was the one who taught me to hold the lantern heart. She was the one who believed I could bear its light." A pause, a shiver of pain. "And she was the one who sealed me away when I could not." Alara's pulse stilled. "What do you mean, sealed?" The figure lowered their hood. The face beneath it was haunting. Not monstrous, not hateful, but empty, like someone who had wept every tear a soul could hold until nothing was left. Skin like fading parchment, eyes burned dry by old grief, hair streaked silver and black in tangled, wind-worn strands. They were not old in the human way. Their age moved through them like a shadow of centuries. "I failed," the stranger whispered. "I failed to protect what I loved, and when the lantern heart dimmed, I clung to it too tightly, too desperately." They looked toward the stairs, toward the lantern's unseen glow. It rejected me, turned cold, turned silent. A long, heavy breath shivered through the room, and Lyria, beloved Lyria, sealed me away in the hollow beneath the mountains because the shadows in me would not let go. Alara's knees weakened. Dalen's voice cut through the stillness, low and sharp. "You blame her for saving the valley?" The stranger closed their eyes. "I never blamed her. I only waited and broke and waited more." They opened their eyes. In them, pain flickered like a dying candle. "And now the lantern heart has awakened again, and I feel its call. Not to guide, not to protect," her voice lowered to a trembling whisper, "but to return what was lost." Alara's breath hitched. "You want the lantern heart back, but it chose me." "Yes," the stranger said, "and that is the cruelest truth of all." A wind swept through the cottage. The fire dimmed again. The lantern heart throbbed upstairs, a warning pulse, a plea. The stranger stepped forward, slow and aching. No aggression, only inevitability. "I do not want to harm you, Elara, but the lantern heart is the last piece of what remains of me." Her voice cracked. "And I must reclaim it before the shadows reclaim me." Dalen moved instantly, blocking their path, eyes flashing with protective fury. "You will not touch her." The stranger tilted their head. "Then you will break before I do." And in that moment,
The lantern heart's golden light began to bleed into the air, as though preparing for a confrontation long foretold.
The golden pulse from the lantern heart spread across the ceiling, its glow trembling like a frightened animal sensing danger. Dalen shifted, placing one foot back, anchoring himself between Elara and the stranger, not with aggression, but with the quiet, immovable resolve of someone who had already decided who he would die for. The hooded former keeper's breath rasped in their chest, as if every inhale scraped against memories meant to stay buried. "Elara," they murmured again, the way someone might whisper the name of a long-lost prayer. Elara felt her fingertips tingling, the lantern heart's magic responding, rising. She swallowed. "What do you mean, the shadows will reclaim you?" The stranger's lips parted, but before they could speak, a sound cut through the cottage. Soft, clear, resonant, like a bell chime carried through water. The hearth flames straightened, as if standing at attention. The shadows on the walls froze. Dalen stiffened. Elara's heart twisted violently in her chest, because she knew that sound. She had heard it only once before, in the dream not meant to be a dream, when warm hands had held her face, and a voice like starlight whispered, "Child, you carry more than you know." The hooded former keeper's breath rasped in their chest. "No," they whispered, the word filled with awe and dread. The door, the simple wooden cottage door, clicked. Just once, then it opened, of its own accord. No wind pushed it, no hand touched it. It simply swung inward, soft and slow, as if welcoming someone important. A faint glow spilled in, not lantern light, not moonlight, something older, something gentler, something that made the air feel warmer and the shadows curl inward like sleeping cats. A woman stepped across the threshold, barefoot, clothed in simple traveling robes, her hair loose, long, silver-threaded with dusk brown, a face lined only where laughter had lived, eyes shimmering gold like autumn sunlight on water, and on her wrist, a single braided band, woven in the pattern of the old healers. Elara's breath left her in a sob. Lyria! The former keeper staggered back, as if struck. "Impossible," they rasped. You sealed me away. Lyria raised a hand. The stranger fell silent instantly, not out of fear, but out of something deeper and unbearably old. "Elian," she said softly, and the name landed like a stone in a still lake. Dalen whispered it under his breath. "Elian? You were the last keeper before the lantern dimmed, before the valley changed, before Lyria vanished." Elara looked between them. You knew each other." Lyria stepped forward, warmth radiating from her like the first touch of morning after a long winter. "Elara," she murmured. Her voice was water over smooth stones. "You have been carrying the lantern's burden alone for too long." Elara's throat tightened painfully. I wasn't ready. No one ever is."
Lyria said gently. Not even the ones chosen before you. Her eyes drifted to a lion. He bowed his head in agony. I never meant it for to fall on another, least of all one so young. Lyria stepped forward slowly, carefully, like approaching a wounded animal. Elian, she said, you were never meant to bear it alone. He laughed, a sound hollow as dried leaves crumbling underfoot. And yet, I did. For a time, she corrected softly. And then, when darkness began to swallow you, I did the only thing that could still save you. By sealing me away? His voice cracked. By giving you a chance to survive your own breaking. The room fell utterly still. Elara wanted to move, to breathe, to blink, but the weight of centuries whispered between Lyria and Elian held her pinned. Lyria reached out and touched Elian's cheek. He flinched, as if the kindness hurt more than any blade. Old friend, she whispered, you came here to reclaim the lantern heart, but you came because the shadows found you again. Elian trembled violently, the shadows around his feet writhing like living ink. I can't hold them back, he choked. Not anymore. Elara stepped forward, voice cracking. Let us help you. Elian's eyes lifted to hers, eyes unbearably hollow, but with a flicker of something fragile, hope, or fear, or both. Elara, he whispered, if the shadows take me fully, they will come for the lantern heart next, and then the valley, and then everything. Dalen clenched his fists. Then we stop it. Lyria nodded solemnly. We will, but first, Elian must give up the last thing he has clung to for centuries. Elian's breath stilled. My name, he said hollowly. My grief. He closed his eyes, and the part of the lantern that still remembers me. Lyria lowered her hand. Elara, she said softly, you must face him with the lantern heart. Only you can sever the old bond. Elara froze. Dalen stepped closer to her immediately. That could kill her. Lyria met his gaze evenly. Only if she doubts herself. Elara swallowed hard. The lantern heart pulsed above them, a golden heartbeat, waiting for its choice to be fulfilled. Elian carried kneeled, the shadows crawling up his arms like dark veins. Elara, he whispered, I'm ready. End this. Set me free. Elara stepped forward. Her hands trembled. The cottage held its breath again, and the lantern heart began to descend.
The lantern heart drifted downward in a slow, luminous spiral, its golden glow expanding until the entire cottage shimmered as though submerged in warm, liquid light. Elara felt it before it touched her, a soft pressure against her chest, like a hand resting gently over her heart. Dalen stood so close behind her that she could feel the steady warmth of him, a grounding presence in a world that suddenly felt too vast, too ancient, too full of things she had never been taught to fear. Lyria watched in stillness,
her expression serene but filled with centuries of knowledge that could break a weaker soul. And on the floor before them, Elion knelt in surrender. Once a keeper, once a guardian of light, now a vessel cracking under the weight of shadows he had carried too long. Elara, he whispered, the name pouring from his lips like an apology. I'm ready. Please, don't hesitate. But she did, because as the lantern heart gently settled into her palms, warm and impossibly alive, Elara realized what this moment truly meant. She wasn't just severing an old bond, she was ending a lifetime of someone else's suffering and stepping directly into the light that had chosen her long before she ever understood what a choice meant. Her voice trembled. Elara, will it hurt you? His smile was fragile, like candlelight bending under its own glow. It will free me. The shadows curled around him, dark tendrils rising along his arms, his shoulders, his throat, like smoke searching for a way out. Lyria stepped forward just enough that Elara felt her presence at her side. Listen to the lantern heart, Lyria murmured. It will guide you. Elara lifted it. The weight changed instantly. It grew warmer, brighter, its glow intensifying until it cast no shadows at all, not even behind the furniture, not beneath Dalen's steady stance, not around Elion's trembling form. The cottage became a world of pure gold. Elion lifted his face toward her. His eyes were full of so much pain, it felt like a physical force against her ribs. Elara, his breath shook. Let it see me. Elara exhaled and tilted the lantern heart toward him. It responded like it had been waiting for this exact motion. A beam of gold spilled forth, not harsh, not violent, soft, forgiving, wet with warmth. Elion cried out, not in agony, but in relief so overwhelming it broke something in Elara's chest. The shadows around him shrieked silently, their forms ripping away from his body like torn cloth fluttering in a storm wind. They writhed, fractured, pulled toward the lantern's light, as though the glow were unraveling a knot woven over centuries. Elion's voice shook. Don't stop. Please, don't let them return. Elara stepped closer. Her breath was steady now, her pulse aligned with the lantern's. She felt its warmth travel up her arms, into her chest, through her throat, a golden thread stitching her to its power. The shadows screamed silently as they broke apart. Dalen's hand hovered near her shoulder, but he didn't touch her. He knew this was hers alone. Lyria whispered under her breath, some ancient chant, soft as moth wings fluttering. And then the largest shadow tore free from Elion's back. It thrashed wildly, forming a twisted silhouette that almost looked human, a distorted echo of who Elion used to be. Elara gasped. The shadow lunged, not at Elion, at her. It shot like black lightning, aiming straight for the lantern heart, for the power it had once belonged to. Dalen broke from his stillness instantly. Elara, but the lantern flared. Gold met black. Light met shadow. The impact froze the cottage in a burst of radiance. Furniture shook. The hearth cracked. Windows rattled in their frames. Elara's knees nearly buckled, but she held the lantern heart steady. The shadow shrieked wordlessly, an echo of centuries of grief, and then they shattered into dust-like motes that dissolved into the glow. Silence fell like snow, and in the center of it, Elion collapsed forward, catching himself on trembling hands. The last of the shadows peeled off him like the husk of something long dead. His voice was barely a whisper. "It's gone." Lyria stepped toward him, her expression softening into something warm and unbearably sad. "Elion," she said gently, "you're free." He lifted his head, and for the first time, his eyes held no darkness, only exhaustion and peace. Elara lowered the lantern heart, her arms shaking. Dalen rushed to steady her, hands firm, warm, grounding. "I've got you," he murmured. She leaned into him for a breath, the world tilting gently before settling again. Then, Elion rose unsteadily, Lyria helping him to his feet. He looked at Elara with gratitude so profound, it rooted her in place. "You saved me." Elara swallowed, tears burning her eyes. "You asked me to." Elion smiled meekly. "And now you carry the lantern more fully than any keeper before you." A hush fell. Dalen whispered, almost afraid to speak. "What happens now?" Lyria turned to Elara. "Elara, the shadows are broken, but their source still lives." A chill slipped through the warm room. Elara tightened her grip on the lantern heart. "The source?" Lyria nodded slowly. "Yes, and if it is not stopped, this valley, this world, and every keeper who comes after you will be consumed." Dalen's hand found Elara's again. He didn't let go. Elion's voice was barely audible. "The journey will take you beyond the valley, to the place the light was born, and where the first shadow fell." Elara's heartbeat stumbled. "And you're saying I must go?" Lyria held her gaze with something like sorrow, and maybe pride. "Yes," she said, gentle but unwavering. "Your true keeper's path begins now."
The morning that Elara left the valley began quietly, mist pooling low across the fields, dew glistening like small lanterns scattered through the grass, and the first sunlight spilling through the pines in soft, drowsy sheets. It was not a morning built for danger. It was a morning built for tenderness. Elara wished she could love it, but the weight of the lantern heart, now warm against her chest, glowing through the thin fabric of her cloak, made her heart pulse with both courage and dread. Dalen stood beside her, quiet, steady, as if nothing in the world could sway him. Yet his fingers brushed hers again and again, like he was trying to memorize the shape of her hand in case the day broke him in ways he couldn't say aloud. Behind them, Willow Cottage waited in the mist. The door stood open, as if watching them go, as if the cottage itself had breath and worry and love. Elara approached first. Her expression was calm, but her eyes, those golden, ageless eyes, held something deeper, a sorrow that shimmered like hidden waters. "Elara," she murmured, placing a hand lightly over Elara's. "You have done what no keeper before you could, but what comes next is older than any of us." Ilion approached last. He was pale, exhausted, shadows gone, but something fragile still clinging to him, like the ghost of a long winter. "Elara," he said softly. "The birthplace of the shadows lies beyond the ridge, past the whispering forest, past the silver river, past the line where the valley's magic ends." He paused, voice near breaking. "Out there, the darkness breathes freely." Ilara's breath trembled. "And that is where I'm going?" Ilian nodded. Dalen stepped closer to her, jaw tight. "And I'm going too." Illyria didn't argue. Not this time. She only lifted a hand to Dalen's cheek, a gesture half blessing, half apology. "Where she goes," Illyria said softly, "your heart will follow." He lowered his gaze, emotion tightening his throat. "She's my heart." Ilara's chest tightened painfully. Illyria stepped back, giving them space. "Elara," she said, her voice carrying the soft crack of old truths, "the shadow's source will know you are coming. It will test you. It will tempt you. It will try to make you doubt your worth." Elara studied her breath. "It won't win." Illyria's smile was faint. "I pray you are right." Just then, a wind brushed through the valley, a low, whispering breeze that slid along the fields like fingers made of air. But the wind was cold. Too cold. Dalen stiffened. "Elara, do you feel that?" Elara lifted her face. The lantern heart pulsed once sharply. The mist across the valley parted in a long wave, as if something massive was moving beneath it. The valley, once soft and gentle, felt suddenly watched. The shadow had awakened. Elara tightened her cloak and touched the lantern heart protectively. "We need to go." Illyria stepped forward once more, the wind pulling at the edges of her robes. "Elara," she whispered, "when you reach the end of your path, remember that ending the darkness is not the same as destroying it." Elara swallowed hard. "I don't understand." "You will." Dalen squeezed her hand gently. "Come on, before it grows stronger." They turned toward the ridge, the far edge of the valley, a line of trees standing tall and ancient, their branches leaning inward like guardians who did not trust the world beyond. The journey to the ridge was quiet. Birdsong faded, crickets fell silent. Even the wind seemed to draw away from them. When they reached the edge of the whispering forest, Dalen hesitated. "Elara," he murmured, voice low as rustling leaves, "no matter what happens, I'm not letting the darkness take you." She looked at him, her chest aching. "It won't," she whispered, "not while you're here." They entered the forest together. Trees rose tall around them, their bark etched with ancient spirals, marks Elara had never seen, marks Ilian murmured in awe about, marks belonging to a time when magic had no keeper at all. As they walked deeper, the light dimmed, not from clouds, not from canopy, from something else, an unseen wail, a thinning of warmth. And then they heard it, a whisper, soft, delicate, almost like a young girl singing through a single cracked window. But the voice wasn't human. "Elara." She froze. Dalen grabbed her arm. "Elara, don't answer it." The whisper grew sweeter. "Elara, come closer." Ilian paled. That voice, I heard it once, before the shadows claimed me.
The lantern heart pulsed painfully against her skin, like a heartbeat trying to warn her. Elara lifted her chin. I won't be lured. The whisper softened into a giggle, a child's laughter, broken at the edges. And then, from the trees ahead, a shape stepped forward. Small, barefoot, wearing a white nightdress, a little girl with long hair and hollow eyes filled with swirling darkness. Dalen's breath froze. Elara, stay behind me. No, Elara whispered. She looks like... The child tilted her head. Elara, don't you remember me? A chill iced down her spine. Because the child's face, the delicate features, the slight freckles across her nose, looked like someone she once knew. Someone from her earliest memories. Dalen whispered sharply, Elara, that's not real. The child smiled, smoke curling from her lips like a twisted lullaby. It is real. I'm the part of you that was left in the dark. The lantern heart gave a sudden violent pulse. Ilian staggered back. It's feeding on your past, your guilt, your fear. The child's eyes widened, black as moonless night. Come closer, Elara. You'll see. Elara stepped forward. Dalen tried to pull her back, but she didn't move toward danger. She moved toward truth. Because the girl's face, the delicate features, the slight freckles across her nose, looked like someone she once knew, someone from her earliest memories, a version of herself that had once stood in a field, watching her mother fade, wishing she were older, stronger, able to save someone she loved. The shadow child whispered, You left me. Elara's eyes filled. I never left you, she whispered. I carried you, every day. The shadow child trembled. Light flickered beneath her dark skin, faint, desperate. Elara, Dalen warned, don't touch her. But Elara knelt slowly and opened her hand. You belong to the light, she whispered. The child sobbed a thin, shivering sound and broke into swirling black dust that evaporated in the glow of the lantern heart. Silence swept the forest. Ilian exhaled. You faced it. That part of the shadow isn't coming back. Dalen knelt beside her, cupping her cheek. Okay? She nodded, though her breath shook. Yes, but she looked ahead, toward where the forest deepened and the path narrowed into darkness. The source is close. Dalen swallowed hard. Then let's end this. Elara stood, lantern heart brightening in her grip. Together, they stepped into the deepening dark, toward the final confrontation.
The forest tightened around them the farther they walked, branches crowding close like they wished to shield Elara from what lay ahead or keep her from it. The air grew strange, heavy, thick with something that felt almost like sorrow. Not danger, not anger, sorrow, as if the darkness itself was mourning. Dalen pepped close to Elara, his hand hovering near her hip without touching, a silent promise that he'd move the instant she needed him. Elian followed behind, quiet as a ghost, his eyes fixed on the lantern heart as if afraid to blink. The deeper they walked, the more the world faded. Birdsong disappeared, wind stilled, colors drained from the leaves, until green became gray, and gray became nothing. And then they stepped out into a clearing so vast and empty that Elara's breath caught. The ground was glassy, flat, almost like a frozen lake, but when she stepped on it, it rippled, as though she had touched the surface of a memory. Dalen whispered, "What is this place?" Elian swallowed. The beginning. At the center of the clearing was a single, black, stone pillar, taller than any tree, etched with cracks that pulsed like slow heartbeats. Elara felt the lantern heart react violently, its glow bright enough to sting her eyes. "That's it," she whispered, "the source." And then a voice rose, soft, sweet, familiar. "Welcome." The sound didn't come from the pillar. It came from everywhere and nowhere. Dalen moved in front of Elara instinctively, muscles tense. "Elara," he murmured, "it's here." The air shimmered. A shape lifted from the pillar, black tendrils pulling together, weaving like threads of smoke, until they formed a figure. A woman, or something that remembered being one. Her body was woven from darkness, hair curling like ink in water, and eyes that glowed with faint, aching silver. The voice brushed Elara's mind like cold fingertips. "My child." Elara flinched. "I am not your child." But the figure only smiled, a curve of shadow. "Oh, but you are. You carry what was once mine. The lantern heart is carved from my light." Elian inhaled sharply. "Elara, don't believe her." The figure drifted closer, bare feet never touching the ground. When she spoke again, her voice was almost gentle. "I was the first light. Before keepers, before the valley, before the world learned to fear me." The lantern heart flickered, not in rejection, but in recognition. Elara's own pulse stumbled. "You created this?" Her voice trembled. "The light and the shadows?" The shadow woman's silver eyes softened. "Light cannot be born without its own darkness. And I lost myself to the part meant to stay small." Her form cracked, a fissure spreading across her chest as if the act of remembering hurt. "When I broke, everything broke." Dalen stepped forward, jaw tight. "If you're the source, why attack Elara? Why drown the valley in shadows?" The shadow woman tilted her head, expression tender and terrible. "Because you love your light, and I want it back." Elara stepped forward. "No." Her voice rang across the clearing, steady. "You're not taking anything from me. You're not going to end anything." The shadow woman's form flickered. "Oh, child, I am not here to take." Her eyes dimmed. "I am here to end." Dark tendrils unfurled from her body, like a storm of ink exploding outward, wrapping the clearing in spinning darkness. Dalen grabbed Elara's hand. "Elara, move!" But Elara didn't move. She raised the lantern heart, and it burned like a small sun. Light lashed out,
meeting the storm head-on. The clearing shook. Cracks burst across the glassy ground, spreading like spiderwebs beneath their feet. Elian cried out, "Elara, she's trying to drain the lantern. Don't let her in." But it was too late. The shadow woman's voice slid into Elara's mind. "You carry the part of me that was lost. Let me return to myself. Let us be whole." Elara's vision blurred, light and darkness spinning like a whirlpool. She felt herself sliding, pulled deeper into the shadow's voice. Dalen shouted her name, but it echoed through water. Far away, fading. The shadow woman held out a hand. "Give it to me." Elara staggered, her thoughts tangled. Her breath faltered. And then, a hand closed around hers, warm and steady. Dalen. "Elara," he whispered, pulling her back from the edge. "Look at me." Her gaze lifted. His eyes steady, warm, unshakable, anchored her. "Elara, you are stronger than what came before you. Stronger than any shadow. Stronger than any keeper." His thumb brushed her cheek. "You hold the lantern because you were meant to, not because she lost it." The lantern heart flared at those words. The shadow woman screamed, a rippling sound like metal bending. Elian shouted, "The lantern is choosing! Elara, now!" Elara gripped the lantern heart with both hands and stepped forward. "No," she told the shadow woman. "You don't get to take this from me. You don't get to end anything." Light erupted from her palms, golden, wild, unstoppable. The shadow woman staggered back, cracks spiderwebbing across her form, her voice fractured. "Why would you deny me wholeness?" Elara's eyes filled with grief. "Because you're not broken. You're just lost." She raised the lantern heart higher. "And light that is lost can be found." The shadow woman froze. For the first time, her expression wasn't hunger or desperation. It was hope. Elara stepped closer. She placed the lantern heart gently against the shadow woman's chest. Light seeped into the cracks. Darkness bled into the lantern. Elara gasped. She felt both sides merging, balancing, becoming something new. The shadow woman's form brightened. Not white, not gold, but soft silver. Her voice trembled. "Thank you." Her form dissolved, not into ash, but into light, a soft glittering cascade that sank into the ground, the air, the trees. Darkness evaporated. The clearing brightened. The forest breathed again. Elara collapsed to her knees, drained but alive. Dalen dropped beside her, pulling her into his arms. "You did it," he whispered, voice breaking. "Elara, you did it." Elian sank to the ground, tears streaming down his face. "It's over. The shadows are truly gone." Elara lifted the lantern heart weakly. Its glow had changed. No longer gold, no longer heavy with inherited light. It shone soft silver, gentle, calm, whole. The light of a keeper who had saved both the world
and its shadow. Dalen wiped her cheek tenderly. Let's go home. Elara leaned into him. Home. Her voice broke. Yes. Together, they walked back through the forest, past the trees returning to green, past the river that now shimmered with silver flecks, past the ridge where dawn's first light touched the earth. When Willow Cottage finally appeared through the mist, Elara stopped walking. Dalen turned to her concerned. Elara? She smiled softly. It's still here. He kissed her forehead. It always will be. They stepped inside. Warmth washed over them. The hearth crackled. Lanterns glowed. Blankets waited on the chairs, like old friends welcoming them home. Lyria rose from her seat, tears in her eyes. Elara, she whispered. It's done. Elara lifted the silver lantern heart. No shadows, she said. No more fear. Lyria touched her cheek. Keeper Elara, you have brought balance back to the valley. Elion bowed deeply. Because you were not afraid to face what others fled. Alara's throat tightened. She looked at Dalen. He smiled softly. You were never alone. Night settled over the cottage. Soft moonlight slipped through the window, painting silver across the floorboards. Elara curled beneath her blankets, the lantern heart resting beside her, its glow soft, calm, whole. Dalen lay beside her, their fingers intertwined. Elara? He whispered sleepily. Yes? He exhaled softly. I'm proud of you. She closed her eyes. I'm home. And the light, her lips curved faintly, is finally at peace. Outside, the valley breathed, a gentle wind whispering through the grass, lanterns swaying on cottage porches, fireflies drifting in warm spirals. And above it all, the moon shone brighter than it had in centuries, silver light bathing the valley, celebrating the keeper who saved it. Elara slept, wrapped in warmth, wrapped in love, wrapped in light. The story was complete. The lantern glowed softly beside her, not a burden, not a warning, but a promise that the light would endure, and so would she.